Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
And Dan.
Hello.
Because the rest of the squad is late and super duper gay. Maybe Shrefiem hasn't even seen the message with the with the stream link yet. So, all right, if you guys would like to support this podcast, you can do so with the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon. There is also the Anime Collector Patreon, where you can support the crap I do on the channel unrelated to the podcast. There's also Stealth Weave. Now, last podcast, I announced that we got our Right Stuff affiliate code. And I showed you that if you go to the Open Chess Anime Podcast group, go to the About section and hit See More, boom, there's a Right Stuff affiliate link. Now, there are also just a little, for your information thing here. This is the affiliate code for Amazon.com orders, and this is the affiliate code for Amazon.ca orders. But of course, we've also got the Patreons and Stealth Weave here. In addition, if you are on the Discord, thanks to Random 11, we now have a Support Us page, and it has all that information as well. So very easy to see. You've got Right Stuff, Amazon, or let me give it to you this way. If I open this up, it's going to take me to Amazon.com with my affiliate code. So once I'm here, oh, there you go. You guys get to see who I support with my Amazon smile. Hashtag it's Project Veritas. If you go to Amazon.com through that link, you can see it's got my affiliate code, and then you could type in whatever you want here, and anything that you buy, assuming you don't use honey or something else. Which, by the way, I just want to be very clear about this. I always support you guys getting the best deal. So if using honey is going to get you a better deal, just go ahead and do it. All right, not a big deal for me. I want you guys to be getting the best deal for yourself when it comes to collecting. But if you do use honey or something like that may overwrite my code here with their code, just a heads up. But it's super easy. You can literally bookmark this page, and then when you start typing Amazon, it's going to pop right up, and then there you go. That's how you can support us going forward. Also, same with Right Stuff and Amazon.ca, Patreons, and Stealth Weed. So there you guys go. Thank you for setting that up, Random 11. Also, devices not connected to 753 is in the description, or the whatever you can call this thing. I wonder who this is. Facebook user. Come check out the Pen and Paper podcast. I endorse this podcast I've never watched, but I do have a good time interacting with these guys in the chat, so definitely do that. Also, Legendary Anime JP fan, too. I saw this comment on the last podcast, and I had no idea what you were talking about. But then I saw it just now, and I immediately remembered that you were doing the playthrough. So it's on your channel. Awesome. Dude, I'll definitely be checking that out later. All right. I actually have work in the morning, so this is not an ideal night for a podcast, but luckily, as you can see, there aren't that many tabs. So jumping right in, I'm going to go through our opening discussions here. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Olympics are about to start. Yeah. And the Olympic Games staffer from Uzbekistan has been accused of raping a woman inside the national stadium.
Lovely.
Now, he claims, upon his arrest on suspicion of coerced intercourse, dear God, Ramatuleyev denied the allegations. She did not dislike the act, he said. So there you go.
Oh.
Things are going well in the Olympics. Now I've got another thing here, and if I refresh this, it'll probably have something new. All the latest news here, because when I put this in the doc, it was a different headline. But basically, if you scroll down, it's got the headline removed, but the topic of the previous time this page was updated. Let me put it that way. All right. Now, I don't care about any of this except to say Japanese police are looking for a Ugandan weightlifter named Julius. Dear God, how do you pronounce it? Sekitoleko, goddamn, who's 20, who was supposed to be in the team's training camp in Izumisano City in Osaka Prefecture. He was supposed to take a daily PCR test around noon, but did not show up. After searching his hotel room, he was found that he has been missing. Great phrasing. His teammates reportedly said they had seen him in the early hours of Friday. So what they found was a note saying, "I ain't going back to Uganda," and I'm dead serious. That's actually what they found.
Isn't he like Mowgli's second cousin or something?
I forgot that was in there. All right.
Well,
Let's do some pickups.
The only
hard to miss.
What's
the
up?
only reason I saw that was because I added one picture. Now
I
I
saw
added
it.
it in there. I don't know if
Just
you're
to
gonna
hide?
talk about it. You see what it is?
You talking about this one? Oh, the
No,
other
no,
one.
no.
Oh,
Don't click on it.
well,
Don't click on it. I don't know
I'm
if you're
not. I'm pretty sure we had another one planned for that. Let me see if I can grab it real quick.
didn't
We'll
know if
save
you
it
wanted-
from.
But yeah.
I don't know if I.
It's the
Yeah,
reason.
I don't think I have it like.
It's the
readily
reason
available.
I'm late. It's really hard to take a dick pic when it's so big. You gotta get it all in frame.
Well, thank you for that. I'm happy for you. Anyway, let's do pickups real quick. Does anybody have any pickups they'd like to share? No? Okay. Oh, damn.
I do not.
Well, that's my only pickup. If you want to bring it up,
Yeah. Well, my pickup,
and my really sexy shirt, which is kind of tight. It's supposed to be a medium, but
Oh.
it's just slim medium.
So my pickups are Hajime no Ippo: The Fighting Collection 2. Also, my extra, like, 4th or 5th copy of Dear Brother. And, damn, you know, I've got to say, this looks way better.
What is it?
It's Rose of Versailles,
Oh, okay.
Part 2. It looks way better than it did in the, like, press pictures.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what was bad about it now.
Huh.
I mean,
Well, there's
bad.
a picture
Right.
on Twitter if you want to download it and
yeah.
well,
I
better
might.
one.
I used to have it in the thing, like, because of that one guy's artwork. And then apparently I did actually buy Kawajiri's other Blu-ray, Cyber City 080808. Now, you will notice these bad boys got them rounded edges, right?
Yeah.
Ippo does not.
Yeah.
Luckily, Ippo Part 1 also does not.
But
I think there's a Part 3, is there not?
yes. There's
Well,
part 3 is
Dodged one bullet out of the two. Let's see how this goes.
So that was Lady Oscar Part 2. Was Part 1 rounded as well?
Well, because I thought these questions might be asked, I brought my
Oh.
box. Oh shit, down here. God damn it!
I got some pickups too later if you want to.
That's that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Cucked again volume. That's not what I wanted to pull out.
That's an interesting name.
Hold on. So it might be easiest to just grab the ones that are already rounded. Okay. Yep, that was easy. Found it. God damn my hair. I got a haircut if you couldn't tell. Yeah, so that was rounded, thank goodness. So they only cucked me on Konosuba so far. Well, that's wonderful. Anyway.
I couldn't tell that you got a haircut, but I could tell that you shaved part of your beard.
Actually, the barber did that. So I should probably, before we go on to things, I should probably give you guys a heads up about what's going on with the living situation. So the math to staying in this house comes out to $5,100 a month, and that ain't great. But it's currently looking as though it is against the law to charge that because of rent control or something. So I might be able to skirt by at $4,000 a month, which is still every single penny that I have. But I found another job that I've applied for, but not. I got a call back that is a missed call. Put it that way. So far, so I haven't done the interview yet. It's for a warehouse that pays literally double per hour what I'm currently making. So that would be ideal because obviously, that would double my income monthly. But that's the current situation here. Just want to give you guys a heads up on that because I appreciate your thoughts and prayers. And the position that I'm applying for is a training for management at the warehouse. And because I already have tons and tons of experience, even though I only really worked for less than a full year at my previous employment on warehouses, I rose up extremely fast. And so when they asked me for my responsibilities, I'm like, geez, okay, picking, packing, replan, ICQA, induct, receiving, shipping, it was like all the categories ended up getting, I checked off pretty much every box. So I think I stand a decently good chance of getting in. Although I would be honest, if I was a company like this, I wouldn't outside hire for a management position. I just feel like it's wiser to start with somebody who's already familiar with how the company works. But that's just me. Anyway.
No internet DDNM says my internet is not having it right now. So.
Okay. So effing Anime Addict says, I have Uzaki-chan wants to hang out, the complete season limited edition, using your affiliate code. Oh, it is preparing to ship. I was gonna say because I was looking at this and I when I set up the .ca code, I kind of like finally took a moment to look back at our progress on stuff, and this year we have tons of hits, like way more than I would have expected. And I think what it is that people click on a link, but then they click on something else, and it's like that's counted as another hit, and then they just start shopping, and it's like, wow, 1,000 hits, but literally 0 commissions. And I think that I can see 2 orders of Uzaki-chan, but because they haven't shipped yet, I think that Amazon doesn't count them towards the commission. Because that makes sense, right? Like if I had a following of 1 million people and I got 1 million people to buy like, for example, Legend of Galactic Heroes, so to speak, like a purchase that size, I'd make so much money, right? And then they would all cancel before the pre-order fulfilled, right?
What I'm curious about is what would happen if they were to return it.
So returns are they are categorized in the in the affiliate thing. That's something I can look at. So I assume they don't count it until it's been 30 days after delivery or something like that. That's what I'm guessing. But I appreciate it, effing Anime Addict. Thank you for that. So let me address some of these other chats real quick. So Jason South got Konosuba Blu-rays, Made in Abyss, and all of Yu Yu Hakusho. I was surprised to see those steelbooks are actually still quite findable. I can't afford them right now because I have to allocate literally 110% of my resources to rent when the time comes, but still cool. Hajime Ippo anime series, thumbs up. Dude, it's so good. I love it. Blue Sea, totally good anime. I also collect the game. It's for Sega Saturn. Huh. Interesting. I watched Blue Seed. I liked it, but I don't remember a lot from it except for like the omakes. Wow. Well, thank you, Green Line. You make me feel special. You could tell I got a haircut. All right. Anyway, so let's enough stalling. I guess No Dick NM is not going to be here. So moving on here. Japan to begin the process of distributing vaccine passports, Chief Cabinet Secretary says. I'm gonna warn you guys. I have not read most articles. I read a ton of articles. Okay, but I didn't I didn't include the ones I did read because they weren't good. So anyway, so the passports are meant to be used, quote, strictly for travel purposes. Though Japan's vaccine campaign was off to a slow and somewhat hectic start, efforts to increase the number of vaccinated citizens have begun ramping up, bringing Japan's vaccination rate up to nearly 20%. With the progress remaining steady, the government considered it good timing to initiate the much disputed idea of a vaccine passport to use as proof of vaccination. On July 11th, Chief Cabinet Secretary Katsunobu Kato announced on an NHK TV program that applications for vaccine passports will begin to be accepted at all municipal city and ward halls in the country starting on July 26th. The main purpose of the passport, which was apparently requested by the business community, fuck you, business community, would be to help Japanese citizens traveling overseas and domestically avoid strict epidemic control measures imposed by countries and airlines, like 2-week quarantines or mandatory negative test results. However, the government is also considering implementing additional benefits to having a vaccine passport, such as allowing private enterprises to provide special privileges to vaccine passport. Here it is, two-tiered society. Welcome to becoming a second-class citizen. Since for many that seems to be a slippery slope leading into forced vaccinations or preferential treatment for vaccinated individuals, Secretary Kato did say that they're looking into potential issues concerning this idea. Quote, "We have been working on identifying ways to keep this from resulting in unfair treatment or coercion." Look, I'm telling you, man, we're one step away from the armbands in the concentration camps. Resulting in unfair treatment or coercion, he said. As to how we'll manage it will require separate consideration. For now, though, the government seems intent on restricting the use of the passport to travel to prevent any undue discrimination and improper use from happening. Applicants will have to present proof of a flight in order to receive the passport. For example, and must bring their travel passport to the application window as well. So when the concert venue says, "Hey, you get to be up front by the band because you have the passport," it's like, well, you can't get that unless you've flown. So get over your flight phobia. Shit, what was the Kavanaugh girl's name? Damn it, Blase Ford. Damn it. Okay, that joke, I didn't get it out fast enough. I'm sorry. However, several loopholes have distrusting citizens' suspicion. For instance, no laws regarding the use of the passport have been put into place, and the government has only strongly requested that citizens apply for one only for travel purposes, rather than requiring it by law. There has also been no indication about what will happen to a vaccine passport after travel is completed. Do citizens get to keep it, or do they return it? These questions and more leave several gaping loopholes that many critics think could be easily exploited, leading to discrimination. Quote, "Dogs need proof of rabies vaccine, and humans need proof of a COVID vaccine." No, undo that rabies vaccine. Also, we're not dogs. The discrimination begins. They should make it okay for you to go to drinking parties at night if you have a vaccine passport. See, the problem is that the rate of reinfection for vaccines, for the vaccinated, is still remarkably high. If things go wrong, these would become excellent proof in the vaccine's harmful side effects lawsuit. This vaccine is super fishy. The government is definitely hiding something. Wow, dissident Japanese person. I'm surprised that they put you in the article. If they just give them out when people get their shots, they could avoid people getting any extra doses like that one guy did. Great job sneaking in that extra order. Actually, I didn't cover that. A guy in Japan got 4 shots. He basically, yes, thank you, I'll take my shots, and then left and came back with a mustache kind of
Thank
thing.
you. I'll have another.
Yes. no matter what.
Extra safe.
Yeah. That was his argument. And the guy was like in his 70s. I'm like, I'm surprised he didn't just die. So no matter what the government does, there will always be those who will use this to discriminate in the same way that they'll never get rid of slander on social media. Yeah. What's the problem? While the move doesn't come without controversy, one can't deny that having a vaccine passport could certainly come in handy when it comes to travel. But with so few Japanese citizens already vaccinated, and most of them being senior citizens and valuable healthcare workers who may be less likely to travel, it seems quite unlikely that very many people will need one, at least for now. That's why we probably won't have to worry about any unfair treatment resulting from their distribution anytime soon. Wow. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, this is expected news, but very disheartening because, like I said, it's a slippery slope.
The fact that it's even started.
Yeah, the
At
fact.
all.
Look, I want to remind you guys one more time. In the entire history of virology, a virus becomes more contagious and less lethal because the goal of a virus is to spread. And if it continues to kill its hosts, then it doesn't continue to spread. So in the entire history of virology, that's always been the case. And we have observed, based on the numbers, that is the case with this virus. So don't let it scare you to death. You're gonna survive it. It's got a 99.8% survival rate already. So things are only gonna get better from here. Don't let them throw a million different variants at you and pretend like that means something. We covered this before, especially in Japan. There's already thousands of variants, and there is no data to suggest that they are any more or less lethal or anything else than any other variant. It is just at this point like getting the cold. Okay, so moving forward, what's not
Banned
like
for medical misinformation
is the two-tiered system and the breakaway civilization where we can't buy or sell or interact in society because we didn't get a jab that was untested and seems very much like a measure of control. So go ahead, Random Women. I think you were saying something.
No, that was Dan that popped up.
Yeah, I just said banned for spreading medical misinformation.
Yes, I expect it. Moving on. An ultra-violent post-apocalyptic anime, Fist of the North Star, becoming a stage musical. So that's a thing. Now, do you guys know the Japanese title for Fist of the North Star?
Hokuto no Ken.
Hokuto no Ken, right? So imagine my shock. First of all, I love this. We are shock. Do you know the lyrics? You are shock.
Oh my god! I forgot about that. I love that.
Literally, the opening title is "You wa shock." You are shock. That's literally what it translates to. So yeah, Hokuto no Ken. So why does it say "Fustu Abu Nosusta"? Anyway. Let's see. So I'm gonna make another prediction here regarding where all this is going with this. I still think it's gonna be about having an ID to use the internet. I absolutely I think that the vaccine stuff is going to be the pretense in order to quote unquote quell the disinformation in order to force the loss of anonymity on the internet. That is my prediction on where this is going to go. Anyway,
you're gonna need a vaccine passport just to use the internet now.
Well, I think they're just going to rope them all together. Did you ever see the movie In Time starring Justin Timberlake of all people?
Yeah.
Do you remember that movie, guys? That was the movie where on the wrist there was like they had credits, but the credits were literally your life. So when you look at your wrist, it would have the number of seconds left in your life, right? And rich people looked extremely young because they had their credits went on like their entire arm. It was just endless.
No, it was everyone. Everyone looked young. You stopped.
Well, yeah, everyone looked young, but the
25.
point was, yes, you're right. But the point was, what I meant is that yes, the rich were young forever. Everybody looked the same age. But the point is that effectively, as cringe as it was to see Justin Timberlake act, it was actually a very apt, interesting movie based around the idea that being a wage slave is working to live, right? It's the idea that your life is made up of time, and you trade your time or your life for money in order to survive, because the system is structured around, things that make
Time
it
is money.
impossible to just subsist, right? Like in a free society, you could grow your own food, you could own your own house, and then you'd just be like, leave me alone. I have everything I need here, and I trade with my neighbors in order to survive. But we can't have that. So we have to tax you, property tax, just to even have a house, because you don't own it. You'll never own it because the government decides that you owe them for it. By the way, the house that I'm currently living in, because the former occupant passed away, the property tax is going from $2,000 a year to $10,000 a year. So for me to stay here and actually pay off what it would be, $60K a year.
There's
Yeah.
property. Is the house owned?
So
You could buy a house in my town for $60,000.
I know, right? So I'm really torn actually on this, on staying here or not, because I believe that this house, even though I don't really love it, is my only shot at home ownership. Because I believe that in the next couple of years, it is going to become impossible to own a home by design. And I think that having one is going to make it easier to maneuver to a different one, which is why I'm eager to stay here if I can. But yeah, it's certainly not ideal. So,
But did your grandma own the house when she
So-
died?
this is what's tricky about it, is that first of all, just to clarify, it's my wife's grandmother, and my mother-in-law and her brother, my wife's uncle, they co-owned the house. They bought the house. The house was paid for, but I believe there was a reverse mortgage put in at some point that made it so that they don't fully own the house, right? And now the thing that makes this difficult is the fact that my wife's uncle basically wants to cash out now that grandma's gone. His mom is gone. He basically wants to cash out. And to be honest, it sure ain't a buyer's market right now, because the value of the house is so high that if my mother-in-law were to try to get a loan in order to buy him out of his half, and then the property value tanked, then she's going to have $1.5 million or something, something. I don't know. It's going to be some absurd number of debt that a person her age would be irresponsible to take on. So I don't know. It's very not ideal. But if I'm making, double what I'm currently making, and have the potentiality of moving up in a company, then I mean that's great. Except for I guarantee you, my first day is gonna be, all right, sit here and watch the 10-hour diversity and inclusion summit, and there will be a test. I fully expect that to be my new life. Although the other job that I work, video editing for a school, every email I get from them ends with their pronouns in their signature. So I don't know. It's not a fun world where everything's been corporatified to the degree that it has. Where it's weird. It's weird that the corporate structure has been taken over by these critical theories. But anyway, enough of that. I don't want to downer this whole podcast the whole night. So
One side note before you go on, I just want to
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
about the movie In Time. You said the cringiest thing was I forget what you said, but anyway, the cringiest thing I found of that movie was that we're supposed to believe that Olivia Wilde, who is younger than Justin Timberlake, is Justin Timberlake's mother.
Mom, yeah. Well, like I said, Justin Timberlake. I said Justin Timberlake was the cringe part of it because he's just hard to take seriously as an actor, right? But yeah, Olivia Wilde did play his mom, and she was younger and all that. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So yeah, Fist of the North Star. These are the people who are going to play. Some of these guys are they're double cast for different showings, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Reese, you shared this.
Yes. Okay. So, Sentai, in all their glory and understanding and knowledge and of the weeb paradise that we live in, when they streamed Redo of Healer, they did the uncensored version as well, right? We talked about this.
Yes, there were 3 versions of Redo of Healer as well, correct?
So they're streaming the censored version, the uncensored version, same day as broadcast. And now they're streaming the quote-unquote see-through version, which is basically the censored version, but you can see through the rays of light and the steam and stuff.
What is the point?
Exactly. It's like, what the... But the sheer balls on these guys for just because we can, we'll do it. You know?
Oh my god. It's it's just the uncensored version at a 50% opacity on top of the censored version.
Right.
Oh god. All right.
Which is hilarious to me.
That is, yeah. Honestly, I bet you what it's going to be is that I bet you the uncut version is probably going to have a few extra shots in it that are not in the censored version. And then the see-through version is not going to have those
I watched
cuts.
the uncut version, and like literally the first frame is tits in the camera.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that in the sequence of shots that make up a scene,
right,
there will probably be 1 or 2 extra.
Between the two. I saw somebody post like they compared them. There's not any like added shots between in the censored and uncensored version.
Okay, maybe
it's
not
just like the
maybe
ray
not
of light
for
and
one
steam.
episode. But I'm saying that through the series itself, what
Right.
I would imagine is likely is that there's probably in the full uncut Blu-ray version that will come out, there's probably going to be a couple of added sequences. And then in the see-through version is going to still not have those little bits of extra shots.
Mm-hmm.
But the shots that were previously censored that's
the point. It's literally just the censored version with like the ray of light and the steam.
Right.
You can see through it,
semi-transparent.
which is why it's called the
There you go.
see-through version.
So before we get away from this, just so that it's we can, end off this point and move on, I do want to address a couple of these. First of all, E. Castro says, rapidly approaching the world of psychopaths. Social credit points for vaccines. Not that I'm against vaccines in general, but this is so suspect. Yeah, that's the thing that makes it difficult is that they have spent such a enormous effort on demonizing anti-vax that when there's something that is, you might as well not even call it a vaccine, right? Because it's a completely different technology that when you're anti that, now you carry with you all the baggage of the thing that they've spent the last 20 years demonizing, right? And that's by design, for sure. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. And then Jason South says, I'm feeling more like Kill la Kill than Psychopaths. So it depends on if you're in the UK. Because, but yeah, I can almost see both. I think Kill la Kill obviously being Studio Trigger is way more over the top. It's a much more exaggerated. But the system
I need to rewatch Kill la Kill to get this.
Yes, well, but this because remember they had the tiered system of
like
Kill la Kill. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. Kill la Kill is almost like the Cuban situation now with the communist royalty effectively, and then the peons below that all are just fodder for the
something
ruling
like that.
class.
It had to do with the clothing they were wearing.
Right.
It was like number of
It's the 1
stars or
star,
something
2
like
stars,
that.
3 stars.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think that's what Jason South is getting at here is that he's touching back on my second-class citizen comments. Also, Danny said, howdy. In Israel, 79 to 85% of new infections are for fully vaccinated people. Imagine my shock. Hypothetically, could the Summer and Winter Olympics happen in the same year? I think they're going to, aren't they?
I thought they were. That's how they always were, or like the summer and then the following winter or something.
I think they're on the off
They're
year.
usually 2 years apart. So
Yeah.
Summer Olympics happens every 4 years, and the Winter Olympics happen every 4 years, and they're 2 years separate.
Oh, so like 8 years apart. Yeah. Okay.
No. Okay,
No.
so think about it this way. Think about it in the U.S. elections. We've got every 4 years we have the general election, and then in between that we've got the midterm elections. So the midterm elections happen in 2022 and 2026. The presidential election happens 2020 and 2024, right? So every 4 years, but they're offset by 2 years. So hypothetically, they could take place in the same year, especially if the previous one, being this one, the Olympics going on in the next week or two, especially if that got pushed back again due to COVID. But then we were out of the hysteria. Spoiler: we won't be by 2022. Then theoretically they could probably happen in the same year, and then perhaps it would just reset back to. Okay, it's only going to be a 2-year gap instead of a 4-year gap from going on from here. Anyway, Danny also says breakthrough infections are 50% instead of the normal 0.2% for normal vaccines. Yeah, and the thing is that the thing that people don't realize about vaccination is I think that herd immunity takes a huge it takes a back seat in people's minds to the vaccination, whereas actually the herd immunity is probably the majority of what's actually ending infection.
Well,
right?
I mean, herd immunity helps with people who don't get the vaccine, but the vaccinated people contribute to that herd immunity, right? So,
but let's say in the sense of COVID, if 90% of the world's population had COVID and survived it, then they're contributing heavily to the herd immunity.
Yes, but so
that's what I'm getting at here.
If people are vaccinated, we just reach the level of herd immunity quicker, right?
Yes, you could increase the rate for sure,
and without people having to get sick. So that's the idea. And the reason the breakthroughs are so high is, I would guess, obviously I'm not a medical person, but I would guess
no medical advice being disclaimer. Anyway,
talk to your own doctor about stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
don't talk to the government worker that comes door to door to see if you're vaccinated, but instead talk to your doctor and your lawyer when that happens. North Carolinians.
So the way they do tests for COVID is different than they've done most tests.
Right.
They use that PCR test, which is basically just like a big magnifying glass, and they're magnifying like specks of little virus particles up, and they're like, oh, this one kind of looks like it. So the amount of, imagine trying to upscale like a very tiny pixelated image, right?
Zoom and enhance.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
So
it's like running an AI
what
upscaler.
They're actually testing for is are they not testing for antibodies to see if you are reacting to
whether you have
coronavirus?
So there are antibody tests. That's a separate test.
That's not the PCR.
But that's not the PCR test. The PCR test is looking for DNA. What they do is they take a swab, and then they run it in a culture and basically try and magnify that whatever swab they took, and then they magnify it and they'll look at that and see if they can see any virus particles. And so I'm not joking. Imagine taking like a 4 pixel by 4 pixel picture and trying to blow it up to like 1080p, and then saying, was Mario in those 4 pixels? You have 4 pixels. How can we determine Mario was in there? Well, the top pixel was red, the bottom pixel was red, and the middle pixel was blue. Maybe it was Mario. And obviously there's different magnification levels. So if you started with a 100 by 100 pixel image, obviously when you magnify it up, it'll be a lot easier to tell. So
Right.
the PCR does these cycles, they're called. And basically that's just how many zoom levels, if you want to stick with the analogy. So on a normal threshold, I think it was like 28 zoom levels, was like, yeah, this is normal. Don't quote me on that number, but whatever, just take it for
For the sake of argument.
hypothetical.
Gotcha.
They're doing like 40. And like,
Right.
it's literally, when I said zooming into upscaling a 4 pixel by 4 pixel thing and trying to figure out if that's Mario, they're literally doing that. And so they're magnifying it so much, like if you have gotten over it and there's still like a couple dead particles floating around in your system, you're positive. If someone sneezes to you, generally what happens, as far as I understand, in order to get sick, right? You get the virus in you, the virus got to multiply, and then your body starts attacking it, then you get sick.
Right.
How
automated is this process?
I don't know that, but
because I wonder if the reason why if this is literally somebody's interpretation, it could greatly change. Like one person, to use your example, and again, this is a gross oversimplification of the process, but it would be like the lab tech who's in charge of looking at it is like, well, turns out Mark's farsighted, and we've just learned like all of his vision is blurry. It's like, so he's like seeing the pixels. There's still pixels here.
I see what you mean. Well, so
you know what I mean?
to what you're saying, it is, so they're looking for DNA or RNA, right? So
riboneucleic acid or whatever.
Yeah, to a degree, there isn't like a subjectivity to that, but they're zooming it in so much that, and they're looking for RNA, but they might find partial RNA, and that still counts. So what's ending up happening is there's been reports that say, if you remember coronavirus, there's multiple different coronaviruses. There was coronaviruses before COVID.
Yeah, coronavirus is literally a common cold.
Yeah, they were just normal common cold. And so those common colds are being triggered as positive as well. So we have people that have recovered, people that have normal colds.
Right, and this is part of the reason why the common cold disappeared in all the metrics for the data over the last 2 years, is that they're counting it as COVID because they're erring on the side of caution to a degree that is absurd to count every cold as COVID through how they're investigating with the PCR tests or whatever.
So yeah, the key point is how many magnifications there are. Some places don't do as many, and that's why I think places like when it first started, places like Germany had like really low counts for like unknown reasons. It's like they're surrounded by infestation, but they're magically not getting sick. And it was like, why? And it was probably, I believe, their threshold was at a normal level. Everyone else was super high. So
yeah, when you see that
there's a 50% infection rate to vaccinated people, that number can be misleading because it doesn't necessarily mean that they are getting actually sick. It doesn't mean that they're even possibly they might not even be possibly infectious. Like they might not be able to transmit.
So what you're arguing here is that what if the people who have 2 doses of the vaccine and are fully vaccinated are getting the common cold, and then that's false positive triggering the PCR test?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah. So regardless, it's a difficult conversation to have, just simply due to the fact that the terminology doesn't fit anymore, because of how you interpret what something is. When it comes to talking about a vaccine, it's like an immunization versus the mRNA, type. Anyway, so effing anime addict says, right now people are selling their houses like crazy. Also, think about renting. Those prices are also insane, and they're on a backlog. Yeah, that's literally why I had to leave Arizona, because my landlord sold my place or was choosing to sell my place, and the rent everywhere around me was 4 times as expensive as when I moved in. And there's no way, awkward, there's no way that there's no way that I could afford it. Like, none. It was absolutely out of my hands. Because, like, obviously, so the way, this is how I see it. This is my hypothesis on it. Arizona is literally just a few hours across the border. Well, technically immediately across the border. It's right next to California is the point, right? So civilization is just going from California to Arizona, from where I'm currently living to where I used to live in Arizona, only a 6-hour drive. Not that big of a deal at all, right? So I thought what was happening is that during COVID, places went on lockdown and companies were incentivizing, they were being incentivized to let people work from home. So the people who were working from home, and spoiler, this is what I did when I left from California to move to Arizona, was that I looked at the amount of money I was bringing in and said, I do all of my work from my computer. Why am I paying $1,500 a month for this shithole apartment? And I moved over to Arizona and I spent $1,150 a month and I got an entire house, right? So I think that people during COVID, they moved out of California because they started to work from home. And also California is oppressive as shit and fucking horrible. So they moved to Arizona, and because they had deep pockets, because they were getting money from a place where the cost of living is twice as much, when they came to Arizona, all the landlords are like, we can start charging more because these people are coming with deep pockets. And I feel like that's what occurred for me. Now, you went on to say after that unfortunately they legalized Mary Jane in your state, and a lot of people from California and Arizona are moving into your state. So California already has legal marijuana. I think Arizona might also now. I think that they legalized it in the last election. But even still, California is a shithole. So literally any state that has that one thing that a person here is holding on to, they would move. So I'm not saying you're wrong for sure. Most Arizona people are not terrible people. My landlord, that's the one. That's the one I know that's terrible. Anyway, grabbing your DNA on file, suspect. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Tante wa mo Shinderu, the detective is already dead, is extremely good as an anime. You got to collect the Blu-ray. Good on you, man. I think it looks like a fun watch.
It is.
Comes from either anime or bioweapon. Human doesn't create virus. Only anime can carry virus. Well, okay, if you say so. Chicken is influenza, while bats carry COVID, SARS, MERS. So, okay, so just to be clear, a coronavirus is a common cold. COVID-19 is something called SARS-CoV-2. This is something different. It's clearly not just a common cold, right? Because a common cold doesn't knock out your taste buds and do all the things that it clearly does. Just to be abundantly clear, I am not at all making the argument that anybody may think that it's completely fabricated and doesn't exist. I know people who have had COVID, but what I'm arguing is that the fear porn that's being promoted on the media and stuff is misplaced, or worse yet, sophistic with the intention of control. So anyway, now that we've got that out of the way, let's go back to anime news here. Do we have anything else we want to say about the Mother of the Goddess Dormitory? No?
No, that's it.
All right. So Yen Press announces additional titles for Yen Audio imprint. It is a fantastic time to be alive as an anime fan who doesn't like to read, because light novels are being turned into audiobooks with voice actors narrating them. So Bryce Papenbrook, who I have just learned is the voice of Kirito, is narrating the Sword Art Online Volume 1 novel. So unfortunately, we also have to hear Monica Rial,
whose voice is Tanya.
Yeah. but I don't think I can several hours of just her voice without something else.
I'm really curious. I think we've talked about this one, but I'm curious how they're going to handle the footnotes in this series. There's footnotes in the series.
Would it be interesting? I mean, I'll still listen to these if I ever had time. So, by the way, I'm on podcast 133 in my rewatch, so I am catching up, which is nice because I want to get to the point where I'm finished with the rewatch. So going forward, all I have to do is rewatch the podcast of the previous week as a way to more readily solidify it in my brain, right? Because I've forgotten a lot of what we've covered just because I load my week with so much work. In fact, I told you guys that busy season was coming, right? I told you guys that. And yeah, it's for real. I've gotten double time pay a couple days because I've worked past 12 hours in the last week. So anyway, so we've got Sword Art Online. We've got Overlord with the voice actor of what's his name? Ainz?
Ainz, yep.
Yeah. And then Monica Rial doing the Tanya the Evil. So that's cool. Regardless of what I think of hey,
y'all hear
Small
me?
Dick NM or whatever we called him earlier. How's it going, buddy?
Do you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yes.
Because I'm using a different mic temporarily.
It's a lot
It
quieter.
sounds pretty low.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can boom it up. Edit mic settings.
I can swap it out for the other one. This one's just set up.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
it's louder for sure.
Sorry, I just increased it. Can you go ahead and talk?
Hello, my name is Guy.
Yeah, you're good.
Does that sound about right?
Sounds fine.
A little bit lower.
Okay, cool. A little bit lower? Let me I'm going to put you at 130.
All
FD,
right,
what's
cool.
your name again?
My name is Frederick of the Jail Dick.
Frederick Double Dick.
I'm Dick Gumshoe.
Frederick Dual Dick none related.
I need to get that clip that
Jesus
says
Christ.
Big
Frederick
Dick
Daniel Douglas
Gumshoe.
Norman Maxwell. Okay, shame we couldn't get either a Bridge Kirito or Kirito Kazuto Thugato. Okay, what?
By the way, did you only figure out that he was Kirito because I made that tweet that was showing the typo that they put of Bruce Pappenbrook or whatever it was on the Aniplex DVD?
I didn't realize he was Kirito.
Oh.
I don't know. It's like I just can't picture when I see Kirito. I don't even know whose voice I would put on him. Like Greg Ayers, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the weakest
I
voice
can kind
ever.
of see that.
Like Kenshin's voice, right? He's got this real soft, not very threatening voice. Bryce Pappenbrook, all I hear is Aaron, and I just think about what Kirito really. Anyway.
So do you guys think that they're going to do, like, these are just one voice actor reading the book,
Yeah.
but, like, potentially they could do fully voiced, because
Yeah,
some audiobooks are fully voiced.
Vertical Ink has done that. When it came to the Monogatari, the Kizu Monogatari audiobooks, they have a male voice actor and a female voice actor because I believe maybe they even had two female voice actors, one for Kiss Shot, and then the male voice actor for Araragi, and then the girl that's in Kizu Monogatari, I forget her name. I believe they all had their own voice actor, right? So they read their lines, right? And then they had really shitty YouTube-friendly, copyright-free music with like the xylophone and whatnot that really almost takes you out of it. But they had like sound effects. It's an outstanding way.
Well, they should
to
hire me for
experience
the music then. I'll give a discount rate.
Anyway, so moving on. Do you have anything you want to say about this, Reese?
Do we know whether it's just gonna be digital only, or if they're actually gonna manufacture these?
Are they going to do the books?
Have they ever released an audiobook like on a CD?
Well, like when I was growing up, they had audiobooks where a little chime would play to tell you to turn the page.
What's the point
like
of
on
that?
a tape cassette. Yeah, I don't think they're going to physically release these, but they should release the actual light novels, right? These have all
Well,
been
yeah,
released. Or,
I have all the
Yeah.
freaking Overlord and Tiny of the Evil novels to date.
yeah, so I don't think they will be physically released on like a CD or anything. Anyway, boom, moving on. So Doraemon, Nobita's Little Star Wars 2021 hits theaters in Japan. So we talked about this before. Actually, what we talked about was the Doraemon from the guys who did Lupin the Third, the First. They did a sequel to the Doraemon one that they did, and there was a thing about there was a promotion for this for some reason. Anyway, I'm just there. You go. Moving on. I like how they're gonna take over the world with their tank. Moving on. Jujutsu Kaisen Zero anime film previews the first-year students of Tokyo Jujutsu High. So if you needed anything to prompt you to watch this, there's a fucking panda with like boxing glove. What
There's
do
a
you call those?
panda in the show.
Yeah, there's a panda that fights.
He's in the show. I mean, he's in the freaking first opening.
There you
like
go.
he's like the only shot he's in the first opening is him parkouring on the roof. I was like, what the fuck is this panda?
Mystery box.
Actually, I even remember that now that I think of it. And I've only seen like
Also,
4 episodes.
do you guys recall Demon Slayer Season 2 is going to have an announcement? It was a new key visual for the Entertainment District arc.
Yeah,
Oh,
here we go.
wow.
the
yeah,
red light
so-
district.
No. It's the Entertainment District. Remember,
Mhm.
this is for kids now.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that argument before.
Yeah. So,
Think of the children. That's a slippery slope.
yeah. So, these characters look kind of like whores. Just kidding. They were in the previous season, though. I mean, look at this girl with the boobs hanging out and the fishnet stockings. I mean, come on.
How hoary of her.
They're a bunch of whores. It's like the Powerpuff Girls of Whoreland over here. All right. Anyway,
Powerpuff
so yeah,
Whores?
yeah, Powerpuff Whores. So yeah, there's the new artwork. I'm just now noticing there is a clear cut across the
Oh
top of
my
this image.
Christ. Do you think the
Did-
picture just failed to load fully by the time they screen capped or something?
Oh, hold on. Give me a minute to make sure that I don't come across anything I shouldn't
Whoa, Brad's in like
on stream.
160p now,
Oh, that's good to know.
which is an upgrade. That's what
Looks
I'm saying.
fine to me.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's weird. Is there anything on this page I can't show? No, it's good. Okay. Yeah, so this is how it's supposed to look. So he doesn't have an extra little ridge on the sword, which I thought was really cool for a second. But there you go. All right, moving on.
It looks like Food Wars, like that
Yeah,
guy's
That's
pose.
probably going to be the cover that Funimation uses for the because it's probably going to be a single core season.
This is going to be the cover that they use with the sliced up image all
for
fucked up.
for the home video release. Yeah.
You're really right about the Food Wars thing because it looks like he's gonna butcher some squid in the background or
Yeah,
something.
he looks like he's about to sashimi something.
He's just there's the entertainment district. There's a reason why there's a glory hole on a sword.
Oh. It's like
They-
you're
they
getting
haven't
without the
they
guillotine.
haven't invented helicopters yet in this world, but they're
Hanekawa
gonna-
is the
what
girl in
proposed sound is.
in the Monogatari series,
Oh, I thought it was the name of the whore.
Oh,
otherwise known as the best girl.
whore. I
I mean,
guess
Snail
so.
Girl is best girl, right? Fight me. Oh, shit. Them's fighting words I just said. All right. Panda is a fun character for Jujutsu Kaisen. Wait till you find out their lore. I can't wait. Also, Demon Slayer ain't for kids. Kids shouldn't be subjected to that shit. Well, you know. So, although I do think that this show was a bit of a letdown, I will be very pissed if Aniplex of America says, you know what? Funimation, you were right. Let's just not even do the limited edition for the movie. And then I have to have their ugly ass standard edition next to my beautiful, way overpriced sets.
Mhm.
All right, so a horror comedy.
I hope that the opposite doesn't happen, that they don't do a Funimation standard edition. I had to buy the
Yeah, they rope you in for the start,
what if they do the standard
want-
edition, but they're like, now it's got to be priced the same as a limited edition.
For Mugen Train?
Yeah, like for just going forward, Aniplex is like they look at the sales like, well, we made $300,000 on the standard edition from 10 sales, and we made $500,000 on the limited edition. We made $500,000 on the standard edition from 8,000 sales. So that's money we just threw away. Up the price of the standard editions, Anyway,
I think there's. I want to say like the standard edition. I still see them at my Walmart.
can you come back in when you come back? Okay. All right. So I didn't hear what you said because I was conversing with my best girl.
I was saying I still see like the standard editions for both sets at my local Walmart for Demon Slayer.
Sorry, one more time.
I still see the standard edition
yeah.
for Demon Slayer at my local Walmart. They're still.
Sorry.
Since Demon Slayer is the hot topic,
they still carry them.
Yeah, when you said that, I was busy reading. No, she is going to slaughter Dick FDDNM.
Double Dick. That's what the E stands for.
Double Dick Non-Mutilator.
No, it's Fat Dick Demon Non-Mutilator is what I've decided. Furious Dick Demon Non-Mutilator. I like that one better.
Furious.
Furious.
Ferocious Dick Demon.
There we go. Now we're getting into gold territory.
All right. So, Mieruko-Chan to scare your pants off in October. Oh,
How does this exist? A horror comedy?
Yep.
I can't wait till this term. I can't wait till the term "scare your pants off" gets canceled. It's like, what about rape victims? Right? Okay, so the premise of this story is that she's the kid from Signs who can see dead people. And the way that she goes about dealing with the hauntings is to literally just ignore them.
Right.
But is that really horror then? If you're just
It's a horror comedy.
I know it's a horror comedy, but it's an oxymoron kind of because are you
You're an
laughing?
oxymoron.
There's someone for everyone in this show.
You're right.
You've got the lolly.
Demon. That's
You've got the
impossible.
popular
Demons
girl.
usually have
You've got the
thin
more
things.
shy girl. You've got the dead girl.
From the creator of Interspecies Review.
There was an anime I watched. There was an anime I watched like a few years ago. One of the things was I think it was like one of the main characters was living in a haunted house or something like that, and they'd have like the ring girl. They'd have like the what was it? The grudge ghost and whatnot, and they would just like randomly appear in the background. And there was like one episode where she's sitting there watching TV, and they're all sitting on the couch with her watching the TV. I think it's like, if I remember correctly, she never really acknowledged their existence except for that one episode where it was like she was like handing food to them and then
popcorn and whatnot.
Yeah, they was passing the
That's
popcorn
good.
around.
Why does that sound familiar to me?
It was like maybe 4 years ago.
Part of me thinks it was some one-off. God damn it! It was a one-off episode of some show.
It could have been. I really don't remember. I really just remember the one thing with like them being in the background, and then the part where she's sitting on the couch watching TV, and then they're all sitting with her and like sharing popcorn and whatnot.
So if you have a thing for girls with black nail polish,
This is your anime.
This is the lolly for you. Although I will say this is bringing up weird memories for me because when I was a kid, I went to Europe and I remember for some reason this one girl that was in Europe caught my eye because she was full goth, but she had blonde hair. You know, most goth girls dye their hair jet black kind of thing. And I was like mesmerized by how she was pulling it off. The way, like, it was actually not up in pigtails, but very similar to this with the blonde hair and the red tips or whatever. This is making me relive that memory. Anyway, moving on. Konosuba's getting a season 3.
Hell yeah!
About time.
This is getting
So what's
awkward.
this character's name?
Aqua?
Isn't that dark?
Or what?
No,
which one?
that's darkness, isn't
right?
it?
Okay.
Which one are you
I
playing?
just want to double check
Lalatina?
because I thought that's what it said. I haven't watched any of this. I know their names though because I read the
Who are you
article.
pointing at? I can't see where your mouse is
Okay,
at.
Aqua, Darkness, Megumin, and main character guy.
Kazuna.
Kazu. Okay. Anyway, so there's literally no news here other than that Studio Dean has announced the new animation for Konosuba.
Dude, they've done all of Konosuba. It's not
Yeah.
oh no.
No, they
did-
haven't.
What? No, they did season 1. I don't know if they've done season 2, but I assume they've done season 2 if they're doing season 3.
They did like you said all of. I thought I misunderstood when you said they've done all of Konosuba. Like they didn't do all of Konosuba. Like
Why did they not?
adaptation. That's what I was trying to
okay.
say.
Right. He meant that of what's been animated so far, it's all been by
Right.
Studio Dean.
Okay.
Yeah, so this isn't like a ball dropping 7 deadly
Right.
sins. Oh, no.
Of course not. Yeah. Headhunter says Studio Dean did both seasons.
Hey, Hunter. Sup?
Also,
Konosuba.
well, first of all, eCaster says that's awesome news. Hopefully, the production schedule is generous and the team gives it the loves it needs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but season 2 ended in 2017. So hopefully, they've been working on it all this time.
JC
Right.
staff
Yeah,
did the
no.
movie.
Okay.
Now, are you telling me this is a reason for me to hold off on watching season 2 and the movie and all that crap
Has the
further?
movie Has
Yeah,
the
there was
movie
a
been
movie.
licensed? No, I know there's a movie, but has it been licensed yet?
I mean,
Or-
Crunchyroll dubbed it, and they were
Yeah.
the ones who owned
I don't.
the.
It has not
Like,
been. It has
It
not
is
been
just a
licensed
matter
for
of time
physical
before
media.
Discotheque releases the movie.
Yeah, but it is a matter of time, as they said. So anyway, Jason South said, Hachikuji is best girl. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Your only argument should be Kaiki. So I haven't watched. The only Monogatari I've watched so far is Kizumonogatari. And Hanakawa and Araragi and Kishot are the only characters in it. And then the guy... I'm going to pull this out of my ass and actually get it right. Dramaturgy and... Who's the guy in the Hawaiian shirt? That other guy. Those like the point is only girls are Kishot and Hanakawa. So the reason I like Hachikuji is because I did a project with my friend who you guys know the Atasha. It's not technically Atasha. It's like there's a craze going around with people collecting bumper stickers of different anime characters and whatnot, and it's specifically a bumper sticker. And my friend made like stickers. He started a store called Loser Kid, and he put the joke is that character is like a snail, right? So what he did is like she's like kind of based on a snail. So what he did is he took like a turbo jetpack that was like a spiral snail shape, and he drew it onto her back in Illustrator, and he had me help him come up with like how you would shade it and everything. And we turned it into a really nice piece that he sold, I don't know, like 40 limited edition stickers of. So I have more fond memories of being able to work with a friend and get that character fleshed out and done for that project than I do of Hanakawa. Literally, my memory of Hanakawa is the really uncomfortable scene where she takes off her panties in the supply closet for like the PE stuff.
I thought you were going to say something about like the toothbrush scene. I don't
No,
know.
I haven't gotten that far. I haven't seen that. So anyway, Anyway,
meme
did someone
hell back.
did Soma get consent before blowing their clothes off with his food? And yeah, so Misa Amane. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I hadn't seen Death Note when but I wouldn't really call her goth. She kind of has like a goth idol look, but not like goth in like the traditional Western sense of the word.
Right.
Not like Inspector Real from Ergo Proxy Goth. Anyway, that's awesome news. Hopefully the production schedule. Oh, we already read that. JC staff did the movie, but kept most of the Dean main animators. Oshino, I don't know. Oh, that's the name of the guy. Yeah, just because she goes fast with a turbo jetpack doesn't mean she won't get lost. Well, you know. Anyway, I wish his website was still up in a way where I could show it to you guys, because we worked on a lot of cool stuff, and I didn't buy any of it. I wish I had, because he got really into sticker printing to the point where he was doing like the UV spotting and like gold leaf trims and everything. It was really cool. Anyway, back to this. Oh, speaking of JC staff producer, quote, "We don't make changes for the sake of overseas fans."
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like the incredulous way he's like looking out the side. It's like, well, while we are aware of overseas fans, we generally don't give a shit what they think. Right. So a tweet depicting a quote from a YouTube video that consisted of a visit to animation studio JC staff has attained an immeasurable amount of attention online, as it had an animation producer from the studio saying they don't generally make changes for the sake of overseas fans. Surely a relieving sentiment for fans considering the West's abundance of censorship and nonsensical desire to insert politics into everything. The image from the popular tweet that gained 10,000 plus retweets and 48,000 plus likes. Wow, the same image as before, you don't say. It's part of this original video where animation producer Atsushi Fujishino makes the comment. It's Gigek. Hey, Gigek. Shout out to Gigek. Okay. Anyway, there have been many instances in the West where developers and creators changed or censored their works after the vocal minority expressed outrage by claiming something harmless as offensive. So this comment from Fujishiro will surely be positively received by true anime fans. Yes, purity test me. As it seems Japanese anime hasn't yet been majorly compromised. I like how those are hasn't yet been majorly in quote or parentheses. So there's a myriad of comments. I actually didn't check these, so I don't know if they're going to be okay. Me watching Redo of the Healer, Rising the Shield Hero, and other controversial anime. General audience, wow, good series. That really shows something and doesn't pull punches. Westerners, this is against everything I stand for. Me, then it's not for you. Stop acting like a bitch. Anyway, all right. So basically, these are all just going to be responses to the fuck that guy sheet. Okay, hold on one second while I just double check that there's nothing. I'm not going to read all of these. I was hoping there would be something more substantial to the article than this, but
Nope, that's not. I don't know.
Okay. Yes.
I meant to,
Look at me. Look at me as I
scroll.
scroll. Yeah, there's really nothing here. So anyway, well, I guess that makes this a lot less of a good lead-in to the fact by FDDNM to the fact that now we have to cover this. Mamoru Hosoda believes anime doesn't take women seriously. Boy, he looks like a simp. Okay, Dan. Is that or is that not exactly the smile that Andrew has? Our friend Andrew has this smile where instead of curling up, it literally just pulls back. Anyway. So if the translation for a recent interview is factually correct, Japanese film director and animator Mamoru Hosoda has claimed that certain other directors portray women in a way that is inexcusable and atrocious.
Yep.
I'm sorry, inexcusable. The atrocious reach of modern day. There you go. Okay. Thank you guys for triggering. I needed that. The atrocious reach of modern-day feminism, sadly now infecting even Japan. So Mamoru Hosoda worked as a director for such films as The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, Summer Wars, Wolf Children, Mirai, and Belle. Man, we've watched so many of these. Hosoda talked to the outlet AFP at the Cannes Film Festival, where his latest movie, Belle, was premiering. And there he asserted that the dystopian tropes about the net that run through so many movies, you mean his movies, including Spielberg's Ready Player One, are not doing anyone any favors, particularly... What? I'm sorry, what? Welcome back, Footnum. Enjoy your short time here. So, I haven't seen Ready Player One. Tell me how it degrades women, though. Random Levin, you're a fan, right?
Yeah.
Can you make any sense of how Ready Player One is not doing any favors to women?
No.
I mean the main female lead does get kidnapped.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
But she escapes on her own, so
I'd say it's more like
And
arrested
the
rather
best
than-
friend.
The only thing Ready Player One degrades is Gundam by not having the Gundam use a beam rifle.
Bye,
FDM. All right, so let's see what he has to say here. So Hosoda seeks to empower the generation. What's up, Reese?
I hope you enjoyed this time.
Yeah. Hosoda seeks to empower the generation of young girls, such as his young daughter, so they can fully control their digital destinies. I'm going to have to chew on that for a minute. Control their digital destinies. I mean, if she creates an OnlyFans.
actually she might not have escaped on her own. Now that I think about it, that's like the
As
worst part.
opposed to fearing it, saying they have grown up with the net, yet are constantly told how malevolent and dangerous it is. Have you ever been violently attacked by the net? The answer is no.
Maybe sometimes when we're fishing, you know, a fishing net.
Oh, yeah. The director's latest work, Belle, explores the life of a budding girl named I hate that term, Suzu, who becomes an idol of sorts under the name Belle. In the virtual universe, I'm sorry, no, you're wrong. Her name is actually Bell, even though the movie is spelled Belle. This was something that Crunchyroll put out very clearly. Or maybe it was Sword News. I think it was actually Sword News 24. Anyway, in the virtual universe of an app called You, great app name. And she makes use of this avatar to overcome the haters and her own hangups after acquiring billions of followers. Hosoda is said to describe... What's up? Yeah, on her OnlyFans. What if Hosoda literally made Belle? And it's like you think it's about her singing, but it turns out she's just the next Project Melody, right? So Hosoda is said to describe Belle as a 21st century take on Beauty and the Beast. Okay. So is the Beast just one of her trolls?
His name is Chuck.
Like, no, the Beast is like Beauty and the Beast. Like, it's her online persona. So the Beast that she falls in love with is like the right-wing troll, right? So according to Hosoda, human relations can be complex and extremely painful for young people. I wanted to show that this virtual world, which can be hard and horrible, can also be positive. Dude, like, are you reading too much of your own reviews? Like... It is said that like he's watching the podcast. Like, that guy doesn't remember any of my work. Like,
apparently, you got a 14-minute standing ovation at Cannes.
What's up?
I said apparently you got a 14-minute standing ovation at the Cannes Festival.
Well, it's gonna probably be insufferable then. It is said that Suzu and her geek comrade are nothing at all similar to most women that appear in anime. And this is an issue Hosoda has with other directors, saying you only have to watch Japanese animation to see how young women are underestimated and not taken seriously in Japanese society. Mm-hmm. It really annoys me to see how young women are often seen. Oh, God. I hate it when they say something and then immediately show the actual quote. seen in Japanese animation, treated as sacred, which has nothing to do with the reality of who they are. Are you going to give that to me? Okay, just why not? All right, well, there it is. Anyway, I will not name him, but there is a great master of animation who always takes a young woman as his heroine. No, who could it be? And to be frank, I think he does it because he does not have confidence in himself as a man. This veneration of young women really disturbs me, and I do not want to be part of it. Again, like, clearly he's talking about Hayao Miyazaki, right?
Would it seem so?
Does Ashitaka not count?
Who?
Ashitaka, the guy in Princess Mononoke?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, technically the movie's named after San, the that's her name, right? No, what? That's her name, right? San?
Yep.
Sen is Chihiro's other name, and I got him confused for a second. Did FDM leave me a private chat? Oh, it was you. Oh, you sent me the thing. Coolsville. "14-minute standing ovation." Wow. It puts him right between this movie and Bowling for Columbine. That tells me everything I need to know about Gans.
Yeah. I hear 14-minute standing ovation. It makes me think of like Stalinist Soviet Russia, where it was like every time he would give his speech, they'd all give him an OVA, standing ovation.
Or the first
one clapping.
Yeah, the first person that stops clapping got shot. So
yeah.
Like they just stand there for
the that sort of thing where they have to like when the dictator. Oh hey, when the dictator rules, you have to suck his butthole nonstop in order to not be sent to the gulags.
I don't know what I came back to.
Sucking buttholes.
Oh, of course.
Your name is Fat Dick Dictator.
Dictator? Fat Dick Dictator Non-Mutilator?
Yes. Unironically, I had an idea for Ready Player One where the Iron Giant dies to protect the Gundam, and his energy allows the Gundam to turn into the Burning Gundam.
He gives him the Allspark?
Yeah. Nah.
I mean, I'll allow it. We used to have strong female characters: Motoko Kusanagi, Ripley, and perhaps Abby. Who's Abby?
Oh, bye, FDM.
Goodbye, FDM. Well, at least we still have females that make me feel strong.
Welcome back, FDDNM.
I hit Control-Shift-T on the wrong instance.
Kinds of trigger. I gotta tell you, we have a lot of men that make you feel strong these days. This sounds like a sad attempt. Yeah. So it sounds to me like because he's at the Cannes Film Festival and he knows that they're jerking off about empowerment and diversity and stuff, he's like, oh, well, I got to throw Miyazaki sensei under the bus here, right? So FYI, went to Anime Matsuri, picked up a few figures, a Figma Saber Alter, an Android Nero Saber, and SH Figure Arts First Form Frieza. Well, right on. Also new Gunpla. Well, there you go. Bowling for Columbine. Unironically, I made all my figures pull a Dankula. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, okay. All right.
All right.
Let's see. So, well, I guess you found one use for the types of figures that have ball joints instead of the ones I like that are fixed pose. So anyway,
that's actually kind of a funny idea because I do have an Android of Tanya.
Yeah.
But
she's holding a teacup right now, so I can't really do it. She's got to hold the plate and the teacup at the same time.
While I've got you here, FDM, in our secret South Africa video project, I found a moment in
That
Hellsing
might come out
Ultimate.
in a way different content text with the current situation, but yes, go
I
on.
suppose. I found in Hellsing Ultimate there's a Sieg Heil clip that I'm replacing the one that you took from that speech of that guy, so that it would continue
That
to be
Nazi.
animated. Yeah, that guy. That literal, actual, historical, that guy. Yes, that one. Anyway, so, but the problem is that it's 5.1 audio, but the music layer is on every single track. So I can't
That
remove
sucks.
it.
The one with
Are
broken.
you sure you didn't rip it wrong?
I'm positive. I mean, at least I assume. I even
Well,
I
you
even
could take
went-
the audio from the historical thing and just have the overlay of the
yeah,
actual
but it's way better. It's way better in Hellsing because it's like a bunch of guys saying it,
Yeah.
and it just totally works. But the
You
problem
can remove
is, so
the audio, the
Yeah.
music.
no. I mean, I would have to noise reduce it and it
No.
wouldn't be perfect, but
There's ways to do it. Send me the clip.
okay. Well, we'll do this
Assuming you
another
don't need
time.
it for this episode.
I don't. No, I'm working on the Hitler Unona podcast clip, and fans of Hitler.
Not this podcast.
I have found I have at great time expense found I think every single time a Nazi has ever shown up at an anime, and I am tastefully, not so tastefully I guess, using every clip that I can, and I gotta tell you, this video, I am treading very closely on the Suicide Forest edit, where at some point you're like, did we release this? Like, because when we read that article, it was funny as shit. But I gotta tell you, once you start laying clips in of historical context, you're like,
Do you got the Dragon Ball Z movie?
I sure do. I open with that. Anyway, yeah. I think I feel like it's going to require a trigger warning at the beginning. Anyway, yeah.
Does Full Metal Alchemist count?
Yep.
Yeah, that's also in there. I've got so far. Did you or did you not know that there is literally an anime on the life story of the family from Sound of Music? And the Nazis show up in episode 36, 37, and 38. So yes, I have found it all. Anything of note worth putting in, I have found, and you're going to watch it, and you're going to be like, I'm just going to keep watching because I can't believe you found all these clips, right? That's what you're going to do. Anyway. Did I hear that trigger warnings are now hate speech? Well, you know what? Then I guess I'm going to commit some hate speech.
I thought people that you do trigger warnings are the pansies.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
it's come full circle, and now
remember-
it's hate speech.
Yes. Well, you also must remember that it was the Republicans who pushed. What was it? Defund the police. That was the Republicans who did that. That's the immediate rewriting of history they're going with these days. Anyway, so I like how I have not gotten anywhere close to being done with this. Okay, so it is surmised that Hosoda was throwing Hayao Miyazaki under the bus. And Hosoda claims he wants to, quote, free his heroines from being paragons of virtue and innocence. So I'm telling you, it's the way I'm reading this is that Belle is actually about her OnlyFans. This is a movie about Belle Delphine.
What?
Well,
Hold up. So I obviously came in part way through. So he's saying screw them being I don't know, these gentle,
Paragons
dainty
of
little
virtues.
things.
Yeah. So apparently, yeah. Anyway, free his heroines from being paragons of virtue and innocence, and this oppression of having to be like everyone else.
I mean, if he makes her a massive whore, then I'm probably gonna not like this movie that much.
Yeah, this
You think
oppression.
control-
Hold on. hold on. He is trying to free his heroines from being paragons of virtue and innocence, and quote, this oppression of having to be like everyone else. This is directly following his throwing Miyazaki under the bus. Is Nausicaa like the other female characters in the movie? Is San or Chihiro or Ponyo or are any of these characters like? Oh, also freaking Porco Rosso, the main character, is a pig. So there you go. There's one. I did it. Jason South. I can't unhear that now. Belle is just Belle Delphine. Can't wait for the pathways. Also, it's a really big look. Yes. Oh. Anyway.
Clearly, Jason missed the 2 podcasts that I mentioned that.
The director prefers scenarios that, quote, show the good and the bad in people, and elaborated saying this tension is what being human is all about, which is why he was also drawn to bringing Beauty and the Beast up to date. In the original story, the Beast is the most interesting character. He is ugly and has this violence, but he is sensitive and vulnerable inside too. Beauty is just a cipher. It's all about her looks. I wanted to make her as complex and rich. Okay.
Yeah, but the problem with Beauty and the Beast is...
I cannot wait to see her OnlyFans break this misogynist of his ways, and she just makes him into a complete simp. Beauty and the Simp.
Oh.
I mean,
that's gonna be the
Belle Delphine. She'd do it, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely not that. That durability, I'm sorry, that duality is also there in his fascination with the digital. What's up?
That's it. Keep scrolling. Come on,
That duality is also there in his fascination with the digital world that began in his first hit, Digimon the movie. I keep returning to the internet, first with Digimon, and then with Summer Wars in 2009, and now again. Did I or did I not say it was Digimon Movie 3.0 when we very first talked about this movie?
I mean, it's very clear.
You did, but just using the internet doesn't mean that the entire movie is the exact same, because there's a whole lot of other crap that goes on behind the scenes.
Yes, because there wasn't an OnlyFans scene in Digimon. Yeah.
If in this movie they have a giant missile that aims to destroy the world, yes, I'll tell you that yes, he made it again. Right. But until then, we'll see.
What if the missile is a giant whale?
I want to see this movie in theaters. Like, I want to be the first one to see this movie, just so that I can come back and say, like, phone FDDNM. Yep, it was.
Yeah, you just call. What are you talking about?
So anyway, and he is now more convinced than ever that we cannot keep dismissing it as the source of all evil. Who? What? We just dismissed the internet as the source of all evil. What? Young people can never separate themselves from it. They grew up with it. They have to accept it and learn to use it better.
That's why I fetishize it in every single adaptation.
I can't wait till I get to learn his dirty secrets of the past and how he used the N-word every day on Facebook chat.
On 4chan.
The internet is always the vehicle to nuclear destruction. So that's why it's bad.
Well,
I mean, I guess there's some truth to that.
Nuclear destruction of the state. Bring it on. All right, moving on. So, Wotakoi, Love is Hard for Otaku manga is going to get a spin-off series. That's the news. There you go. You've got it. That was it. Moving on.
Nice.
I Am Not Starfire, still Trashfire. Oh, wait, that's not I'm Not Starfire comic tweet criticized for locking the comments.
Oh, dude, I've been keeping up with this. This is great.
Yeah, it's funny. I just got to when we covered this in my rewatch, so yes. DC Comics has continued to serve as a laughingstock for many. As a tweet, they issued advertising the upcoming I Am Not Starfire, a comic about Starfire's fat and gay daughter was lambasted by several critics online due to it disabling the comments. Yeah, so what they did is they made it so only people they added in it could reply, and of course nobody's added in it. So anyway, when your mom is a superhero, how do you define your life? Meet Mandy and I Am Not Starfire by Mariko Tamaki and Yoshitani.
And of course,
it's coming out. It's coming out like next week.
Yeah, we talked.
Can't
about
wait to
this,
see all
but,
the videos by Yellow Flash about it.
But the main character is literally an author insert.
Right, we covered this totally.
Yeah, I know.
Self-insert. Yeah. I Am Not Starfire.
I got really confused before when people were saying how the cringiest, stupidest thing you can do is make a self-insert character, and I thought in principle I'm like, I mean, not necessarily, because like that, you know, you can make the character whoever you want to be, and it's usually going to resonate with you. But I lacked the context of this is a superhero established like universe and all this crap. So if you insert yourself, it comes off as you're like, I don't know, riding the coattails of a successful franchise, but also like the way she approaches it is just like she hates comics. She hates everything. So she's making her own fanfic of we're destroying the comics industry one comic at a time or something.
Yeah,
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is like there's like an alternate universe where Starfire does have a daughter, and it's vaguely similar. But
Yeah, but that was also made by some overweight emo chick.
Yeah.
So Old Man says they aren't making entertainment for everybody. They are making it for each other.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They're smacking each other off, yes.
Yes, smacking each other off.
Call the circle jerk.
Catch up real quick. Yeah, the building.
Circle smack?
Right star.
Everybody sits in a circle and
decided
just
to
to the
jerk.
right, and everybody's jerking each other off. That's called a circle jerk.
Yeah, here we go. Here.
That's
The
it. That's every
director.
Hollywood award
Let's finally give our own holes agency.
Here. I'm posting the Wikipedia article in the private chat. But
Right on. I'll pop that sucker up here. There you go.
this is like the
URL
actual
gets cut off. Night Star?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Just that probably.
No, sorry, the link that you sent, like there's a character in here that it didn't like, and so the second half of the link is not
right
there. But
okay,
but it is. You were just trying to get me to go to this, correct?
Night Star Comics. Yep.
Yes, that's it. That's like the established, I guess, daughter, but it's like alternate universe, not like in the mainstream.
Isn't Night Star the ant? What's the ant's name?
No.
Hold on. I have to listen.
But you have to see, there's such a big difference in the design.
Blackfire or something like that.
I'm listening. Hold on. Here we go. This character here. Blackfire. Her evil aunt, Blackfire. Okay. Oh, you're a Night Star? Wow. That's where most stars are seen.
Red Light District?
How original.
Yeah, but see, like, if this was the one that they were using, like, if this was Mandy, I don't think people would have much of a problem with this, but it's not. It's some fat, dumpy author self-insert.
I think it'll be really funny if by the end of it, she turns into, like this character. Like, she overcomes her insecurities and just turns into Night Star. Was there a raid?
They might do that. Like, remember... No, I know they're not going to do that. I'm just saying. I mean, remember the Ghost in the Shell movie where they're like, "Oh my God, it's whitewashing," and then they were like, "Well, that actually it was the original character," and they just put her.
Oh, that was like a post controversy editing room floor pickup shots to make the movie palatable to the people that didn't want to see it anyway.
Yes.
Anyway, so
clearly.
I like these comments here. How to alienate all comic book fans and ruin your reputation. Turn off those replies. Get ratioed. Seriously, how did anyone look at this and go, "Oh, this will make a profit"? You are just making comic book for Tumblr users self-insert fan fiction.
That's not profit. They don't know the meaning of the word profit.
Yeah, well. Oh, yeah, no, this is not Mari, the real daughter of Starfire. This is Meg from Family Guy. Going through a goth phase with self-esteem issues and hire a better artist and a story writer while you're at it.
The best part about it is how...
What's up?
No, they say Mari is, Night Star, and then her name is Mandy. Like that, I'm sorry that she knows what she's doing. The author, she knows.
I love how the title of it is "I Am Not Starfire" or whatever the hell her name's. Like what are you expecting to get out of this? What the hell?
Oh, yeah. Old man says they fail upwards. It doesn't matter how bad it is, as long as they have the correct politics, especially Marvel. They will continue to reboot comics no matter how many times they fail. Yeah, I agree, but it's funny because was Snowflake in Safe Space? That was New Warriors. That was that a Marvel line?
Yeah.
Well, they're both equally awful.
They are.
Anyway, so yeah, there you go. That's can't get ratioed if you don't allow people to comment. Yeah, so there you go. See, I don't know. Something is subsidizing them. Starfire must
have cheated. The studio, the bigger. Because you got to remember, Marvel and DC are both subsidiary company is of much larger. There's a Warner Brothers and Disney. That's where they get their money from. The studios pump the money into them.
By the way, this is the author.
Yeah,
Robin should have pulled out.
I have a funny feeling he ain't the dad. As a matter of fact, you know what I suspect it's going to be is that she did some kind of artificial insemination or something like that. Like there's not going to be a dad because they don't need no dad.
No. She took her own. She took her own stem cells to create her own monocellular organism without any external influence because she's such a strong whammon. Actually, no, she's not. She's toxic because she's too pretty and stuff.
Yeah. Point being is I have a funny feeling they won't even mention who the dad is. I could be wrong, but I bet you that's not even going to be a story element.
I think it's fine that it exists, but I can still enjoy.
I don't.
I will lap up the hilarity of things we get to discuss about it when it finally gets released and we get to see just how terrible it is.
But, I'll probably skim through it on a pirate site.
Well, I will, like I said, I will have at least one Yellow Flash video to watch. So, remember when we covered the Resident Evil Village monsters were copyright infringement on some indie monster movie? Well, FDM has shared this. So, Resident Evil Village mod replaces Sturm with a copyright-free floor fan. So now when you fight him, instead he looks like this.
A fan?
That's a joke.
That's hilarious.
You're joking. This is not real.
Have you ever stuck your fingers in the it hurts. I can
okay.
Understand the...
Okay, sorry. I missed the part where I was in the I thought it was
right.
I thought it was an actual update.
Yeah.
How many little kids have lost their fingers to fans, man? I mean, that's truly frightening monster. It really is.
All right,
this is my kind of mod.
Also, we've
my
got
kind of mods are the nude ones.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan says it how it is.
I've always wanted to beat the shit out of my fan for not being cool enough. So, War Thunder fan says the tank is inaccurate. Leaks classified military documents to prove it. The player posted secret info about the UK's Challenger 2 tank to prove War Thunder's modeling is wrong.
Yeah, that's about right.
So the Challenger 2 is a main battle tank that's been in service with the British Army since 1994, during which time it has seen operational service in Bosnia and Herzegovina, never heard of that place, Kosovo, and Iraq. It can be found in War Thunder, Gaijin Entertainment's free-to-play online war game. The War Thunder wiki describes it as, quote, a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, thanks to competent grades in firepower and armor. Although a number of distinct shortcomings means that it really needs a skilled commander to make the most of it. There's a fair commitment to accuracy in the game. The simulator battle mode goes all out on realistic. We just lost Footnum, okay. Goes all out on realistic vehicle and weapon physics, and players partake in spirited, granular discussions about its hardware in the War Thunder forums. The rollout of the Challenger 2 tank in 2019, for instance, sparked this thread, 319 pages long and still growing, if we wanted to click on that link. Things got out of hand earlier this week, however, when one player demonstrated a little too much commitment to realism. The player, who claims to be a real-life Challenger 2 tank commander and former member of the British Army's Armored Trials and Development Unit, complained that War Thunder's in-game model is significantly off the mark in ways that leave it much more vulnerable to enemy fire than it is in the real world. And then to prove the point, they posted classified images from the Challenger 2 Army Equipment Support publication, which is basically the tank's user manual. Yep. According to the UK Defence Journal, the images were heavily redacted and carried UK restricted labels, but those were crossed out with a stamp and unclassified was added. Gaijin, understandably, reacted with extreme caution, saying that, quote, proof of this document's declassification will be required, as well as where it was sourced from, before any action based upon it could be taken. Shortly after that, a senior technical moderator weighed in to say that the Gaijin had been in contact with the UK Ministry of Defence, which had informed it in writing that the manual was in fact classified. I can confirm that it does appear to be a genuine extract. A representative of Defense Equipment and Support at MOD Abbey Wood told the site. It certainly has not been released under FOI, Freedom of Information. Do they have that in the UK? Previously by, or I don't, maybe FOI stands for something different. Previously by DE&S or considered for redacting. We also do not recognize the unclassified stamp as something that has been used in DE&S. These are all terms that I'm glad Dan's here to tell me what they mean, but they're all UK terms. Quote, by continuing to disseminate it, you are in violation of the Official Secrets Act as stated by the warning on the cover of the document, an offense which can carry up to a 14-year prison sentence if prosecuted. Imagine being so triggered by a game that you go to jail for 14 years to prove the developer's wrong. The moderator wrote in response to the classified post, of this you are already aware. As a service person, you have signed a declaration that you understand the act and what actions it compels you to take. Every time you post this, you place us, international representatives of Gaijin, especially any UK citizens, in hot water, as the warning so helpfully states that unauthorized retention of a protected document is an offense. It's not known yet whether the player in question is actually a tank commander or a member of the UK military at all, although, as the UK Defence Journal notes, their claimed location of Tidworth in Wiltshire is the home of the Royal Tank Regiment, which operates Challenger 2s. It's also possible that this isn't a nefarious act of treason in pursuit of a better video game experience, but simply an error in declassification. An error in something.
Error in judgment. The guy obviously tried to manipulate the document to make it look like, oh no, it's declassified, when he clearly knew it was not.
Michael KN9 says, bro, what? Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't not share it. I could not share this article.
That's funny.
It is funny, right? Like, but even if it was an honest mistake, the entire incident is fascinating. For one thing, it all started over a dispute in the size of the gap between the main turret structure and hull. A minute detail, you might think, but one that this guy takes very seriously. This is also apparently not the first time something like this has happened. In its initial response to the post, community manager, some guy, smin1080p, wrote, "Last time such a document was shared that was claimed to be unclassified, it was, in fact, still classified and was confirmed that it should never have been shared. How many times have people shared classified military secrets in the War Thunder forums?" What it's like? What if it's a Chinese? It's a Chinese mobile app that they've just got people so hooked on it that they're just giving the military secrets in the forums, right?
Hey, that's actually not a bad. That's not a bad strategy.
Maybe best of all, though, it seems that while sharing classified MOD documents in the War Thunder forums might be a violation of the Official Secrets Act, is it apparently not a bannable offense? Okay.
That's an acronym I know.
I think they mean it is apparently. What is MOD?
MOD, Ministry of Defense.
Right.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
For the 50th time,
Oh my God.
in 2 seconds.
My hand is off the mouse.
Okay.
Hey, is that a new viewer? The Michael
K9. Yes. While you're here, subscribe, Michael. So let's see. Maybe best of all, though, it seems that while sharing classified Ministry of Defense documents in the War Thunder forums, might be a violation of the Official Secrets Act, it is apparently not a bannable. It is apparently not a bannable offense. The account that posted the images is still valid and, by all appearances, in good standing. Unfortunately for the dedicated War Thunder player in question, their effort to make the Challenger 2 a tougher tank were for naught. The documents posted may have been accurate, but because they're classified, they're not acceptable as valid source material, and so no changes will be made. I've reached out to Gaijin for more information. We'll update if we receive a reply. So there you go. That was hilarious to me. Thank you for your time. All right, so let's see what. Oh no, Nintendo President diversity, including gender diversity, is very important.
Right. No, Nintendo was like the last holdout.
The last holdout. Yep. Link says trans rights. All right, so Nintendo President Shuntaro Furukawa recently made remarks talking about the importance of diversity and gender diversity in their games, perhaps serving as the beginning of the end for the company's game quality. The comment was shared during. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, seriously, like the Japanese video game industry is like way woker than like their manga and anime industry.
Oh, for sure,
like,
but that's
Nintendo was one of the last like major holdouts. Obviously, not anymore.
And it's largely because their video game branches, or the parent companies of them, have branches in the U.S. that have overtaken control effectively. So, Old Man says, goodbye, FDM. Old Man says, I saw someone comment that Girls in Panzer had more realistic tanks. Probably did. So they said here, the comment was shared during Nintendo's 81st annual general meeting of shareholders, where an investor questioned how Nintendo's games, quote, don't fully take gender into account, despite all the pandering in Animal Crossing. That was only for the U.S. Well, there's another shot in the game. Okay. I don't understand. Question. I'm really disappointed to know some media outlets reported that Nintendo games seem to not fully take gender into account. While I understand very much that Nintendo is not a company to neglect such issues, what are your thoughts about this? Furukawa went on to say, quote, we believe that diversity, including gender diversity, is very important. As a company providing entertainment, our goal is to put smiles on the faces of everyone connected to Nintendo, and we undertake our development with that goal in mind. Specifically regarding the features of each game, we must make decisions by taking into consideration a wide variety of factors, and we may not always be able to meet every request. However, we take this as valuable feedback. Kind of sounds like he said, you've been duly noted and ignored.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe, but
This
I don't
shouldn't
know.
prove too surprising considering Nintendo's previous participation in totally child-friendly pride parades. Oh, wow.
There you go.
Let me remove and find out what that article's about. I think we might have covered this. Nintendo participate. Did I cover this? I mean, it's just a pride parade. It's not anything more than that. But I think we did skip this one because it wasn't salacious enough. Like, oh, big whoa. It's all about the gamers. Anyway. Phantasy Star Online 2 censors inappropriate character name. So, in my rewatch of the podcast, I remember the last time we discovered we discussed Phantasy Star Online 2. Was this or was this not the game that created Human Type 1 and Human Type 2 when choosing your character instead of male and female? Do you guys remember?
I think it was, or it was fantasy. It was a Fantasy Star.
It's something
game,
from
wasn't it?
Phantasy Star, right? So get this. You're going to love this Kaiser Trigger. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis has continued to cater to the West hypersensitivity as an NPC named Digga had its name changed for its resemblance to the racial profanity.
Really?
Can you imagine? You're going to erase... This guy got canceled over his name. The act of replacing an offensive name or doling out punishments to people saying words that merely sound like forbidden utterances, sadly not being that uncommon. The Dark Robotics cast character named Digga, who handed out mining missions, had its name changed to Excator in the West version of the Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis during a recent bout of scheduled maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that much better?
Well,
I mean, it's a pretty
not as
minor
funny.
character. Yeah, it's definitely not as... I mean, I never even would have made the connection.
I mean,
would it have been better if it was Digga with a hard R? It's literally just Digger, right? Like, that's funny. So the NPC's name in Japanese was similar. Dig Horu? What? And it wasn't mentioned if the Japanese version of the game changed the name as well, though it is probably unlikely. It's got to be Diguhoru. An article discussing the name change suggests the character's black color scheme. Oh, come on! Oh. Combined with his request for the player to find the in-game material called Dolomite. Oh God! Which sounds similar to the blaxploitation film called Dolomite, led to this absurd censorship.
I don't think anyone has a problem with Dolomite. Like, what the heck?
Update notes. I thought they were going to go like his fondness for chicken or watermelon or something. Like they were going to go... If they had gone that far, maybe I could see it. Welcome back, FDDNM. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. I think it's funny. It went from being something that could have been funny to people to now it's like, why you got to taint it?
The last paragraph there, they mentioned the gender
perfect.
options.
Yeah.
Okay, it is this game, the New Genesis.
Yeah. Update notes provided a brisk description of this change, saying corrected NPC names that were determined to be inappropriate as character names.
Right.
Phantasy Star Online 2's Western version has been subjected to censorship in the past, such as the complete removal of some cutscenes and a restricted height slider during character customization to prevent players from creating lolly characters. How dare you. They are human type 2. They're just short. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis has also previously bragged about how its character creator contains no gender options. So it is likely the MMO will continue to have the West's interests in mind, or at least the interests of the deranged minority. Yeah, well, there you go. I thought it was a funny topic. And in other news, Rockman XDiVE changes roles Summer Sukumizu, that's school swimsuit, into this, and the thing is, as they're gonna talk about here, not only do they cuck you on it, but they have to like remind you you've been cucked by hanging it in the background.
That's funny.
So many online have been expressing disappointment over Rockman XDiVE changing Natsu Yasumi no role, forcing the Tsukumizu-clad role to instead wear a swimsuit for no reason in particular, and greatly upsetting fans of the highly admired Tsukumizu. A video of the Tsukumizu-clad version of role that was implemented about a year ago. So here you can watch a video about it. The new swimsuit for her, alongside the old, right? With the new one's art, even taunting the fan base by having the Tsukumizu in the background.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. The old Tsukumizu version is supposedly no longer available, and the game's official website provided an explanation. Optimizing and adjustments. 1. Regarding swimsuit role's 3D model and 2D artwork changes. Although the original design for swimsuit role was based off the design from the past, there will be changes in order to meet the requirements of age ratings on application platforms. Mm-hmm. Where does it say that she can't wear a school swimsuit? How is that somehow changing the age rating?
It's because the fat land whale on the board said so. The blue-haired land whale.
We've decided to apply the changes after discussing with the Rockman team in Japan.
And I'm sorry,
you're not
board,
going to
I meant
find,
Twitter.
You're not going to find any skimpy or more or less revealing outfits, at the public pool or anything.
Right. How's it going, Greenline?
It's going great. I am so sorry I'm so late, but I meant to join earlier.
No problem.
Thank you for coming.
I'm sorry to interrupt Greenline.
But what is it?
Show your damn figure before you forget.
Oh yeah, I have pickups, but I don't want to ruin the flow of the podcast. I have them set up.
Ruin the flow. God damn it. You're going to keep forgetting, and we're going to keep cucking you.
I'm going to put the camera on you, okay? Yeah, okay. Well, Reese did it. It was him. Is this Tsukumizu? Oh, no, it's Bunny Girl. There you go.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Podcast approved. Is your mic muted? It is. Hold on.
He is muted.
It says you chose to mute. There you go.
I am so sorry about that.
No worries.
So this is for to show off to Dan. The
yeah.
What's her name?
That's
Reiko?
good.
Huh?
What's her name in the show?
Ryuko.
Right, that's what it was.
Get the ass shot. Yeah.
And then and then I have another one here
That's
down
the
here.
thumbnail.
Just give me one more second.
This is age inappropriate.
It is. She's fully clothed.
Get the Rockman team.
It's 100% appropriate. What are you talking about?
I see other bunny girls on that table.
Yeah, you do. So give me 1 second. I've got one more.
Kaiser Trigger says Ryuko is hot.
They're bigger than I thought they would be.
That's what you said.
So this one, embarrassingly, I really wished I had joined the podcast earlier because this one fits with one of the subjects on the news we were talking about. This is the 1/4. What is it? The bare-legged Aqua used the Scottish
Aqua?
Oh, yeah, Konosuba.
Yeah.
bunny version.
There you go.
So
Very good.
yeah,
Banana culture.
indeed. Thank you.
Right
Yeah. But that's it.
Cool.
So before we get any farther, Jason South sent this one, and because I clicked on the thing to share screen and the little window won't go away, so I'm gonna share screen just to get this thing. That's
okay.
what.
Oh, yeah, Nigeru. Yeah, it's the it's the word that gets you banned. Yeah, it's a Japanese word that means to run away. That will get you banned for saying it on video games.
Stop screen. There you go.
Japanese is racist now. Just the language itself. All right. Anyway, so they said although the original design, The concept of the new design will be Roll enjoying the sunshine on the beach and swimming pool. A blue skirt type swimsuit will be used to express her cuteness. I mean, I frankly don't really care in terms of like one being better than the other. She's holding this higher down here. Like they actually, no, I'm dead serious. They bent her elbow so that her groin, which used to tangent the bottom of this, is now covered. Look, they bent her arms to hold it up higher.
Yeah, looks like it.
Wow.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
That looks so lopsided.
Legitimately, I think that the anatomy looks better it's more dynamic in the lower one. This arm looks weird though because it's also bent. I would have tilted it to be more dynamic, but whatever. Because it looks unnatural. Like this looks more natural to just be holding it up, you know. But this looks more dynamic to have the bend. Anyway, we hope players will like the brand new swimsuit roll. Character swimsuit roll, 3D model, 2D artwork changes the schedule, blah, blah, blah. So here's the new promotional video for the new roll. I mean, it's a fucking mobile game, right? So who gives a shit anyway? But yeah, people were not happy. They said the reaction to the design change seems to be mixed. Personally, I think the original school swimsuit roll Chan is cuter, so I'd like for it to be added as a skin. I don't really like the colors of the new design. This is the result of bowing to foreign pressure. Swimsuit change. Leave the precious swimsuit skin as an option. Sorry, leave the previous swimsuit skin as an option. Go back to the school swimsuit. So these are the horrible people that Mamoru Hosoda was decrying. The people who don't agree with the changes you make.
So, I just have a curiosity: how many people on staff for these games and these shows that are getting censored know for a fact that 90% of the fan base is going to hate this? They have to.
Yeah, they know.
I think a large portion of them get off at the fact that they get to make decisions that people with wrong think in their eyes are
they get
going
off to more
over.
censorship on their lollies.
Yeah. I mean, but let's be real here. What is wrong with the old design, other than the fact that it doesn't like this objectively covers more because it's got a skirt attachment, right? You know, so I guess they're arguing that it weirdly they're projecting on their audience. I would say that it sexualizes the school swimsuit and therefore sexualizes kids, which I would argue is a weird point.
Go outside and you'll find the kids wearing less at pools. Like, come on now.
Yeah, well, it's the whole think of the children. Won't somebody please think of the children?
I would hope that.
I think someone thought of the children too hard when looking at this one.
Yeah. The point being is it's like, oh my God, you're sexualizing children. How dare you?
You better not release this.
Step outside, go to a pool, especially this time of year in the States or on the west side. It's like there's kids everywhere at the pool and the beach, and like, come on now. Which
is
is that person themselves saying
$4.99 super chat from Osar. How you doing, buddy? It's been a while, man. I think the last podcast you commented on was podcast 132, which I watched today. Glad to see you're still hanging around, man. Hope you're doing well. So they also went on to say here, horrible. What have you done to my beautiful girl? Weird phrasing, guy. Calm down. Please give her back. I won't complain about the change. So give us a micro bikini skin. There you are.
There we go.
Yeah, give us a thong.
Give us a slingshot.
Give us the Borat one. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of gaming censorship news. By the way, this is for you, Lishansky, who's not in the audience tonight. Gundam takes on the form of an FPS in Gundam Evolution. I thought you might be interested in this.
Well, I hate to say, but as it is approaching 10
Yeah.
o'clock our time. I gotta go.
I hear you, buddy. Thank you for hanging out. You managed to get through all the articles I was hoping you'd be here for. So thank you.
Awesome.
All right, man.
No problem.
Talk to you tomorrow.
All right, guys. You have a good one. Catch you next time.
See ya.
See ya.
Take care.
So there you go, Gundam Evolution. Moving on here. What do we got? Oh yeah, that's right. This
Oh
one.
my.
Final Fantasy X3 is now a possibility after Final Fantasy VII Remake. So before we go into this, I'm just gonna scroll down all the way. Oh god, that's good. And I'm gonna catch up on some of the chats because I've not been. Where's that? Right here. Okay. Girls in pants are more realistic tanks. There's another shot in the game. Shot every time a holdout goes woke. A drink. Gotcha. Drinking game. So when people confuse Link with Zelda, it will be correct because Zelda will just be Link and drag. So from what I understand, the image that they used there was from Breath of the Wild. When you infiltrate the Gerudo area in that game, you dress as a woman. Dig at these nuts, bitch. Better cancel Gurren Lagann. MC's name is Simone the Digger. Can't unsee these. Okay. I'd pay good money to see the Hustle Art guys make what? Okay, yeah, I haven't played it at all, so there. I also don't care. Making it pay DLC later, maybe. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if we cover it in like 10 months that that skin comes back as paid DLC? When land whales are literally feeling threatened by a little kid robot. Yeah, that was the good comment. I wish I had gotten to that earlier. Oh, it's useless. It's useless, girl. Is roll useless? Or is that was that Aqua? That was around the time we were showing that.
Probably. I think it's Aqua. Yeah, Aqua.
I wanted to get some Persona figures, but they are way too expensive for me. Yeah, damn, Aqua looking fine.
Hey, old man, if you can find some high resolution Persona 3D models, send them my way and I'll print you off a figure for reduced price.
All right. There you go. I'll just attach a GoPro to my gun FPS right there. Oh, there you go. Sorry, you're gonna have to donate another penny.
2 pennies to beat this one.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what they had to say here.
Thank you, Greenline.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I didn't mean to scroll up again. So director Motomu Toriyama and character designer Tetsuya Nomura have disclosed in an interview that a Final Fantasy X3 is a possibility when Final Fantasy VII Remake concludes, which harsher critics might presume to arrive sometime around 2050, if the speed of Final Fantasy VII Remake development is anything to go by. Tetsuya Nomura, alongside Motomu Toriyama, stated in a Famitsu interview that the concept of the game is in limbo, or that is bimbo. And while it could be a potential project after the completion of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the remake currently has priority for obvious reasons. Nomura also brought up past content that could serve as a lead-in to Final Fantasy X3, such as the Final Fantasy X audio drama Will. Okay. So is what's this character's name? Lulu? She's from Final Fantasy VIII, right?
I think so.
Is she in Final Fantasy X?
Probably in Final Fantasy XXX.
Okay, fair point. What is this goat thing?
My delayed. I am delayed. Wait, what the hell?
What? You're fine.
It's a smug goat. It's just like
I'm not. Okay, my internet keeps tacking out. Now, hold up. I only played a bit of 10, and she was in 10. She was in 8? Question mark?
Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm thinking. Maybe it's a different character. Fantasy 8. I gotta tell you.
All I know is that people say that Final Fantasy 10 is in the same universe as 7, so this kind of makes sense, I guess.
Is 7? Okay. Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, she is in 10. But isn't she also in Final Fantasy 5, 6, 7, 8?
I've only known her as in 10, but who knows?
Final Fantasy VIII. Female. Maybe it's a whole different character.
That's what I'm assuming. Because
She was like the villain. Yeah. Who is this character?
She's your comrade. She's the mage. Wait, what?
I'm mistaking her for this character called Adia.
That looks like fan art of Lulu from Final Fantasy X.
I'm mistaking her. I'm mistaking her for this character. I thought they were the same.
You thought wrong, bitch.
Apparently, I did. Yeah. So because I didn't actually play 8 and whatnot, I probably learned, oh, this character's name is Lulu, and I just assumed that it was the same character that I had seen in 8 in like gaming magazines and whatnot. Anyway, all right. So, what did they say? They said, it was also noted that Kazushige Nojima already has a scenario prepared should the continuation ever be declared. Okay, so Final Fantasy X, that makes sense then, because if she's in Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy X, then that would be X2, X3, right? Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay. So fans that actually desire real turn-based battles will likely dread the possibility of a Final Fantasy X3, as the title will surely end up going the way of the mainline games and be transformed into an action title. Nomura and Toriyama's interest in creating yet another Final Fantasy X sequel likely stems from it being the most popular game in the franchise. Really? Which is no doubt thanks to it being the last true turn-based main entry, on top of it being somewhat revolutionary as the first fully voiced cue the ha 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 bit. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. All right. I'm not gonna read this. I'm just gonna tell you what it said. So there's a feud with a boy band talent agency that might spell the end of Sega's Judgment video game series. So effectively, the idol agencies, the talent agencies, especially for female and male idols, are extremely strict on their clients' image, how it's presented, right? And effectively, Sega had an agreement with them regarding the game going on different consoles. But now when they're trying to expand it to increase their sales going forward onto PC, they're refusing because of the ability for people to rip the models and, what is it called? Source filmmaker, basically, I guess. They don't want their talent to be seen in compromising positions that will affect how people view their talent, which is why I guess they, go out of their way to stop people from having any fun whatsoever as fan artists, right? Anyway, that's it. Continue.
They got the emulators and it was like, what's the diff? What's the point?
Right. Yeah, it's stupid. Anyway, so Nickelodeon is desperate for cash with a Smash Bros. Clone, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. I mean, it ain't even pretending.
That's copying the PlayStation All-Stars name, which was a clone of Smash.
It's a double copy.
The only thing I know about this is the Hugh Neutron's voice actor wants Hugh Neutron in this.
Oh, really? Jimmy Neutron's dad?
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny. In an attempt to combat its plummeting ratings, the child-focused Nickelodeon has tried to garner attention through a Smash Bros. Clone video game named Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. The company realizing Smash Bros. Popularity amongst children, or perhaps those with the minds of one anyway, the game's teaser trailer showing off a handful of iconic characters brawling, with there even being characters from older franchises in an attempt to intrigue through nostalgia. So when I look at this, the actual characters that they brought in is okay, yeah, we got Reptar, we got Powdered Toast Man, but then we've got characters I've never watched. I'm assuming this is Loud House because Augie wouldn't shut up about it whenever the chance came to talk about it. But Powdered Toast Man And then all SpongeBob characters. Oblina, Nigel Thornberry, who, come on, how are you going to have Super Smash Bros. Ripoff without Nigel Thornberry? Of course, you got to put him, right? I don't. Is this from Loud House again? Lucy? I've never seen this character before in my life. Helga, Reptar. So it's like, it's so selective. Zim, Danny Phantom, who looks freaking terrible. Leonardo, I guess the Ninja Turtles for some reason are in here. Is that all the characters?
No,
like, what a
they'll
pathetic.
probably do the same thing that Smash Brothers does.
Where they
add
like
a new character
integrate
every 6 months.
Ay. Well, cringe. And it's like the same. It very much. And the thing is, like, the stages look so uninspired. You know, like, I don't recognize this from any Nicktoon. Do you recognize any of these stages?
No.
Generic.
Where's the Krusty Krab? Where's the...
Yeah. What is this one? Is this Powdered Toast Man? Because he's an actual piece of toast, apparently. Even though this piece of toast is enormous compared to Helga. Is the Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack going to be in this?
Isn't that Cartoon Network?
Oh, is it? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. My Next Life is a Villainous. All Routes Lead to Doom gets a special original animated disc. So there's more like stuff that we probably won't get licensed.
But maybe. I mean, I think, is it Crunchyroll dubbing it or something?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
So Savakis had this to say: in case you wonder who buys all of our vintage mecha discs, we clearly make them for Nicolas Cage and only Nicolas Cage. Apparently, this is an excerpt from an article here. When we speak, Cage is calling from the little Tokyo neighborhood of Los Angeles. He's wearing a cherry red jacket over a T-shirt depicting the character Raiden from the anime Yusha Raiden. He was my favorite anime Gundam robot. I used to stay up and watch him, all in Japanese, he explains in his relaxed and contemplative way of speaking. I always thought he was so beautiful. So yes, all mecha are interchangeable with Gundam because Nicolas Cage says so. Anyway.
Shit. Evangelion is not Gundam. That's canon. God damn it.
So American Dad Season 2 is out for pre-order.
I guess. I don't follow the show. I don't care about American cartoons.
Anyway. Moving on. Haibane Renmei's got a Blu-ray for the first time. Oh, why is
at first I was like, oh, cool. And then all the news, but the Japanese Blu-ray looks like ass. It's not worth it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently
it's not worth it. It's probably an upgrade from the DVD, whatever Funimation's throwing
The Funimation DVD was sourced from the Blu-ray or downscaled. Apparently the Geneon DVDs still look better.
I have them. I'll tell you though, this show is not really worth seeing. So, moving on.
Oh, good to know.
Apparently, Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F is getting re-released on Blu-ray DVD because that's a show.
I think it's Blu-ray only, not Blu-ray DVD. Is there DVD thing on the spine? I guess there is.
Blu-ray DVD, yeah. And 20th Century Fox. So Disney owns this, confirmed. Right.
Oh, great. Coming next month to Disney Plus.
And here we thought that Spider-Man was the only child in this.
Yeah.
The Sony war of parenting.
Well, I still think we need to make the Toei Disney Princess shirt, where Goku's a Disney prince. Kuma Bear, Season 1.
I forgot this was a thing.
Kuma is just bear, right?
Yeah, Kuma means bear.
Yes.
I like-
Bear.
So it's bear.
I like that they're like, they're traveling outside the wall where the Titans roam. Like, it's okay, I got my trusty Kuma bear.
My
Yeah,
matching
no.
hoodie will protect me.
Love Tyrant and Kumamiko. Okay. All right. Anyway, from the students that brought you the studio that brought you Love Tyrant and Kumamiko. they've already got a history of tyranny and bears. Anyway, moving on. Wandering Witch: The Journey of Elena. Elena. Yeah.
Elena.
So this is the one where they aren't allowed to show panties because panties aren't appealing to women.
Right. The show was pretty. The show was decent enough. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I did
just
like the
watched
show.
a podcast where we discussed the no panty shots policy.
Yeah.
And how everything else had a weird horny energy to it because they couldn't show panties.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's like either show it or don't.
No, but it's like it was really funny because like the guy was like moral grandstanding, like creator, like you can't show panties in this when you animate. That's my only stipulation. So I'm scrolling down on Sankaku Complex looking at all the shit going on, and it's like her breathing heavily against the glass, and
Right.
and I'm like, yeah, because girls are just climbing all over themselves to watch this show.
As much as
Also,
like censorship.
Tell me
is-
how
is
badly
annoying,
cucked I got on this. Sorry, go ahead, Random.
I was gonna say, as much as censorship is badly annoying, the ingenuity that
Yeah.
censorship brings is kind of amazing.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, am I horribly cucked on the fact that I bought the stupid oversized one to get this art box, and now I could have gotten it for this price?
Well, you got this is Blu-ray only. The one you have
That's
is Blu-ray
my
DVD
question.
combo.
Okay.
Do you
But I
really
also had
care
to
if you
buy
have a
both.
DVD though? Like,
You can watch it in every single thing that has a disc drive.
Except for a CD Walkman.
I mean, are
The
you
PlayStation
really carrying around like an old like 19-inch like CRT that has a
I mean,
built-in DVD
most
player, and that's like
most laptops don't have a Blu-ray drive. You have to buy a
Right.
Blu-ray
So
drive.
this actually does look different. This because it says the complete series on the box now.
Yeah.
Whereas the previous one didn't because it was just volume 1 or whatever, and you're supposed to put volume 2 in there. I think.
One,
I don't know. It's in storage,
2
so I
through 4.
can't check.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't really care for much of the show. I liked the first season, but then it kind of dropped off for me. So I just kind of.
But I remember this cover. I think this was a cover of one of the volumes. Actually, I don't know. Anyway,
It
I don't
looks good,
remember.
though.
I don't think that this face was down here with the stupid Funimation logo goatee. I would have remembered that. Jeez.
I would have preferred just Barbatos on the side rather than the dude and Barbatos, but you know.
we lost that to them.
I don't know when it's going to happen because if I get this other job, just FYI. So this is a good thing and a bad thing. This other job that I'm applying for, the hours are 10:30 to 7. So late night podcasts, which are going to probably have to become the norm. I will not be sacrificing as much sleep over, which will be good. But it's also an hour away, so I'm going to have less time, and I will have guaranteed less time. And I'll be working 5 days a week, whereas my current job, I get a couple days off sometimes. And at the end of the week, I got 5 days off at the end of this week, or the end of this month, rather. So, I don't know.
Wait,
It's
late
gonna
night podcasts aren't the norm already?
well, last podcast, we did it in the daytime. And,
You,
that
no,
did not
correction.
go well.
You started it in the daytime.
Yes, it was a 7-hour podcast. By the way, the watch time the watch time deficit was made up by that last podcast. So that's why we're having another show this week. I want to keep riding that wave into the summer. Also, Wandering Witch reminded me of Kino's Journey. I'd like to see it. I would.
Yeah.
So back to this, Reese, if you don't mind, Well, this is going in my cart. Thank you, Reese. I got it. Add to cart.
Look at that
Logan
that
Kamui,
beast of a
season 3.
man, Sugimoto.
the show, I still swear would
That
have
open
got
shirt. Look at that
great
thing.
limited editions, but you know,
Right? I cucked hardcore on that, right?
I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong on that, but I swear the show is good enough to get limited editions. And
Oh, no,
because
I totally agree. But the problem is that the first volume only got a limited edition.
Yeah,
There is no standard edition of that first season.
and it's out of print.
Yeah. I bet you when it's finished, they'll have a complete thing.
Nah, Funimation aren't that good at that.
Yeah, they suck. Higurashi, When They Cry Go, Season 1, Part 1 Blu-ray. So I guess we'll continue this when is this coming out? Oh, great. Right in time for Halloween, but not in time to watch it before Halloween. Great job, guys. Add to cart. Another thing, by the way, I'm going to probably start making an Amazon wish list just to keep my collecting going, because I'm going to have to outsource that shit when I have every cent going to rent. Also, No Game No Life Shiro and Shui figures, sweet and precious. Again,
Is that all of it? I thought there was more stuff from Funimation.
that was it. Well, there was essential stuff, but I don't know.
No. Oh, there was that double pack for the My Hero Academia movies.
I didn't see that, but yes, that is a thing.
well, that's going to be ruined now because
Yeah, which is really stupid. Me and FDN were talking about it.
Okay, so where do I go again for this?
Go to all the way down.
Bottom,
Fun
and then
stuff.
go
the adult sale.
Fun stuff. New. Right. No. Down in that gray area.
fun stuff,
Fun
new
stuff.
items.
New items. And you gotta scroll through and where's it? 15.
Just gonna look at this.
Yeah,
02
on the 15th.
figure.
There's that on the
Okay.
15th.
Can someone let FDDNM in?
Oh,
I got you, buddy.
god damn it.
What was the stupid thing that me and Footnum were talking about?
I don't know.
The My Hero Academia movies
Yeah.
being combined or whatever.
The double pack.
Oh, right. I'm here.
Where the hell is it?
Yes.
Oh, it must be a freaking
It's on Funimation.
Best Buy or Funimation exclusive something.
So give me the link and send it to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's a 02 figure.
There
Boy,
it
that
is.
mouth looks funny.
Only $30.
It looks like a $30 figure.
That's what you get for $30.
Yep.
This looks like a gachapon, like a
You
premium
don't get-
gachapon in Japan.
You don't get the
Ooh.
the nice fishnet stuffs. You don't none of those.
You
None of
also
the
missed
bunny
the Tamayomi
bunny
baseball
suits.
girls.
Yeah.
$30. Not happening.
How much do you think this one costs?
Probably
3,000?
180.
Where the hell is it?
Yeah, I'd say $180 to $200 range, but it all depends on what scale it is.
Yeah, I mean the photos could be deceptive. If that thing's 4 feet tall, we're talking a lot
point.
more.
Yeah, it could be in the $300 to $400 range, but I don't imagine it'll be higher than that.
Anyway, there's the pictures. Moving on. Okay, you wanted to share this, or you shared this to me, Reese. To be honest, I think that this is like a terrible pose and angle for this character. It just doesn't. She's not as adorable as she is in the anime.
What anime is she from?
She's
Drugstore.
from
Drugstore in another world.
the drugstore in another world.
Oh, okay. Wait, didn't that just get announced for an anime and they've already got like a figure for her?
Yeah,
Is
we
the
showed a bunch of
manga
gifs from
that
it.
popular?
We just showed a bunch of gifs from the last podcast, I think.
Or am I mistaken? Like,
Yeah, it's currently airing.
Oh, it's currently airing. Okay.
Yeah. Also, Naomi Osaka's dream of having her own Barbie doll comes true, and it looks horrifying.
Ugly.
Since when do Barbies have knees?
Right? That's what I was. When I say it looks horrifying, just for the record, that's specifically what I'm talking about. I guess it's because they want you to be able to pose her. Like a Barbie poses in like, I have a stick up my butt, I'm a stewardess pose, right? But this one is like, well, she's got to be in dynamic tennis pose, right? They even got her like freckles. You know.
Did they give
Oh, it's
her
an
the?
Okay.
Did they give her the mental anxiety that she has as well?
Does she have mental anxiety over being half black, half Japanese, and the reporters won't stop?
I don't know
Bugging her
about
about it?
the race issue, but she backed out of the last Paris Open or whatever because
Yeah, but that was specifically because she didn't want to talk to the reporters over.
Yeah.
I assumed over the fact that they constantly bother her about being half Haitian or whatever.
oh well, I didn't get a reason on that, but beyond the fact that she said she would get stressed out and like mental health is important,
Oh,
and
maybe.
that was what she said. So
Oh, here we go, Reese. Boy, I gotta get out of here soon. Okay. Yes. So let us discuss. Oh, this wasn't in Right Stuff. Why would okay? Let's use the same image on the front and the back. Fucking idiots.
Videos.
low on concept art there.
Yeah. Okay, here we are. My Hero Academia, 2 Heroes plus Heroes Rising Steelbook. Right. And of course, everybody's thinking, yeah, so what are you going to do when the third movie comes out?
Yeah, that's it's like why? Why?
The steelbook actually
Why?
looks good. I
And it's got
normally
the double logo on the spine. See that?
Right.
And that looks ugly too. Yeah, the double logo. They should have just waited for the dang third movie and
Why?
Right.
then like
Yeah, but then the fourth movie. It's,
true. But
Also-
I mean, at least with the third movie, you could be like the My Hero Academia trilogy, and then have it be named the My
Yeah.
Hero Academia trilogy.
Well, I don't know.
Funimation decided this show needed essentials.
I've never
Good
even
job.
heard of it.
Funimation
Covered it for
decides
Watch
every
Club.
show needs an essentials,
Yeah.
except when it's a classic.
Essentials means we still have discs that we didn't sell yet.
I don't know if any of you have collected Rick and Morty
No.
on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever, but
Why,
I
what-
looked into it to get it, and I was like trying to find the Blu-rays and I couldn't, and they were all sold out and shit. And I was like, "What the heck's going on?" They were like on Amazon for like really expensive.
hold on. That Hardy set. Me and FDDNM were talking about
Yeah,
this.
you guys are talking about this. I saw
It has like
special features. It
three.
lists special
There's
features that are
there's
on
an
here.
entire special features DVD that's missing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like 100 and some minutes of special features. That like they pulled this on Lucky Star as well. That was the other one. I remember we talked about it when they like yeeted out the DVDs from the reprints. And
Right.
What specials was it missing? You know?
Special for the Hardy one, I can't tell you, but I got up to upload all the shit. Hold on, god damn it!
I got.
I didn't have the wherewithal to do this beforehand because I wasn't here on time. So, carry on while these are uploading.
Yeah.
There's like 4
Okay.
pictures.
What
So
I was just
Studio
going to
Ghibli's-
quickly say,
Go ahead.
sorry,
Yeah.
was
About
with Rick and Morty, they're releasing the sets in like season bundles. So every time a new season comes out, they release season 1 to 2, season 1 to 3, season 1 to 4.
Yeah, just like what's that? Ruby.
Yeah.
So when season 5 comes out, or yeah, we're on season 5 right now, I think, or whatever. Whenever the latest season like, finally goes to Blu-ray, I'm gonna have to buy another bundle that's gonna be 1 to 5 and rebuy the first 3 or 3 or 4 seasons. It's
Right.
annoying.
All right, these are
It
done.
is. So okay.
The behind the scenes of the Ai Hirana's music video, parts 1 through 8. Anime Expo 2007, Uncut Launch event video, Neckerman Gallery 1 through 5, broadcast previews 1 through 13, special teaser, Endless 8 prologue summer, an audio slideshow, the textless opening songs, textless ending songs.
The arrows
the
not
Hari
being
Hari
straight bugs me.
Yukai, the actual the full dance version of the ending song, special ending US trailer. All that was on that one DVD that's taken out.
Okay, well, those are all things I could live without. So Studio Ghibli's Hopping Lantern from Spirited Away can now be yours to own. It's only really creepy. You can also get these watches.
Yeah.
How much is that hand thing?
I would rather like the soot, the soot monsters.
That is pretty sweet.
$80?
Yeah, I'd buy
I
it.
think it said in the article right above
Oh, did
the
it?
link there. I think it said $80.
Oh yeah, 79.63. Yeah.
It's not bad. It looks like a creepy, cool lantern.
Yeah. I don't remember it from the movie. I'm sure it's in there.
I don't really
Anyway.
either, to be honest.
Protect your ass. Protect your assets with with Evangelion A.T. field boxers.
I love the smug look on her face. Like,
I just like, ha ha. Like that's nice. I throw a zinger out, and then that's just like because you can't see my face, so I was like,
Yeah.
Looks like a target. What the fuck was that?
So I'm surprised you didn't want to use that with the current title of the podcast, Vampire Slut.
what did I
That
miss?
reminds me. I don't
I
think I
looked away
put
for like
the
a
thumbnail
second.
on.
What happened?
nothing.
It's for next podcast.
Damn.
It was only up for like a frame.
Yeah.
You didn't add. When I saw vampire sluts, I thought it was plural, and like when combined with the picture of Anderson looking at the old folks, he's saying vampire sluts to the old folks.
Right. So continuing, here we go. Japanese masturbatory aid Tenga's rocket project is a go. Shaft will pierce the heavens soon. Glad to have you back just in time, Foodnum. Make sure you turned off all your torrents.
Have you looked at these super chats?
What? Did we get more?
Super chat.
We covered both.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Tenga's Red Rocket.
Rocket will support research with the goal of creating a Tenga that can be used in outer space. Let's be real. Can you not just use a regular Tenga? Or is it because you won't be able to get your junk out of it?
Probably
Like,
vacuum safe.
so
There's no air in space, so like it's
so you take it off and your jizz just
a
starts
vacuum
floating around.
inside of a vacuum.
Okay, so back in January, Japanese masturbatory aid maker Tenga announced its most ambitious project yet, the Tenga rocket. A joint venture with the aerospace company Interstellar Technologies, the Tenga rocket will be sent into space as part of a mission with multiple objectives. An associated crowdfunding project managed to raise over 1.8 million yen, US $16,360. Wow, that's all it costs? But still fell short of its goal. Tenga, however, is all about bringing things to a satisfying climax, and so the Tenga rocket project is still a go. And now the rocket's airframe has been completed.
Next week we'll talk about the ferry to launch.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Decked out in Tenga's image colors of red and silver, the rocket sports the company's slogan, "Love, Freedom, and Tenga," along its shaft. The rocket was officially unveiled to the public in a ceremony attended by Tenga president Koichi Matsumoto. Dude, his name sounds like masturbation. Look at that. Dyslexic masturbation over there. And Interstellar Technologies founder Takafumi Horie. These are appropriate names for this. So, at 10 meters, or 32.8 feet long, it's not the biggest rocket, but what matters is, of course, how Tenga is going to use it. The rocket will be carrying a device to record data during the voyage, which will be used in the development of a new Tenga masturbatory aid that can be used in outer space. Since the company figures that there are going to be some lonely nights as humanity slowly migrates out into the stars.
10 meters? That's it?
Yeah.
My rocket's only 1 meter long. Exactly.
The rocket's payload will also include a Tenga-shaped pod stuffed with the written hopes and dreams of 1,000 Tenga fans. Once the rocket reaches space, the pod will be discharged from the rocket, and those wishes can drift through the cosmos. I like the idea that they're going to send it up with actual used Tengas, and then eventually it crash lands on an alien planet, right? And we see life. No, we like it's a desert planet with simple life forms, but we end up accidentally seeding life on another planet. Mm-hmm. The way that they did in Prometheus, right? For Earth. Mm-hmm. I think that would be funny and tragic. So once the rocket reaches space, the pod will be discharged from the rocket so that those wishes can drift through the cosmos. We suppose you could call this space littering, but at least the pod isn't filled with what Tengas usually are. The Tenga rocket will be launching this summer from the Hokkaido Spaceport, a facility in the town of Taiki on the east coast of Japan's northern Hokkaido prefecture. The launch will be streamed on YouTube and video sharing site Nico Nico Doga, but the exact date and time are currently being kept secret in order to avoid crowding at the site during the pandemic, and also maybe because it would be pretty awkward to have a crowd around when whipping out a Tenga. Yeah, I think it'd be more likely that this is going to just be like a toy rocket the size like a meter, not 10 meters. This is all a ruse, and they don't want people to know. They're just going to launch it from a small Godzilla-sized soundstage.
Should I show my pickup?
You're welcome to.
All right. So I got a Lego Saturn V. I said Saturn twice, didn't I?
You did.
Rocket.
Sega Saturn.
And yeah, it stands exactly.
You should have posed slightly to the left, so it's right in your crotch area.
It stands exactly a meter tall, and I also got this really kick-ass resident shirt, but it's a little tight.
Whoa, re-selfie! Oh my god!
Well, with a rocket that long, anything will be tight.
That is
so
smashing
that's why I was a little late. I was trying to get my dick pic all in one frame. So.
Yeah, it's a shame that you didn't use the one that I made for you.
I'm keeping an eye on the brand chat column to make sure that you don't add it so I can just delete it right away.
I'd show my pickups, but I'm 17 feet delayed. 17 minutes delayed.
Reese, how long
it's in Discord.
God damn it.
Oh, God.
So as you can see, it's 3 meters long. Yeah. You have to freeze frame to figure out why
in Discord funny. Is my pickup.
I'm going to delete this. Delete overlay.
Yes,
right.
in Discord, if Brad wants to share it.
The Discord?
It's in Lance's server, actually.
Oh, why'd you put it there?
Discord, is that what you said?
What's wrong with you?
Because we don't have a Yu-Gi-Oh section.
So what? It's in the pickups.
Is it? Oh, here, I got... Oh, see? I don't know if I can show this.
I'll put it in the overlay.
Considering we censored it over here.
Download, stereo, overlay.
I've literally got it coming up on screen
race.
now.
It's a race in time.
It's a race, yeah.
Ah, I beat you.
Oh, I didn't know we were racing.
So as you guys can see, I got the uncensored version of the Blue-Eyes White Tits, even though neither of those colors are true. But yeah, so there you go. You can see there's a giant void where she's holding in the English.
Yeah, because they shrank her tits down.
I noticed that her hair is a little bit whiter in the Japanese version. Like, the card got sprayed with something and got cleaned off a little bit too often.
The whole art is differently framed.
Like it's
It's
zoomed
zoomed
Yeah,
in.
you can see more.
Actually,
You can
no.
see more of the tail on the one on the left.
It's zoomed out in the English. Probably because they don't want you to get a good enough look at the tits, so they want to like slightly zoom it out, so you have to squint harder.
I feel
Yes.
like her arm is because they've pushed more of it in, like they zoomed it out and gave more of her tail, that pushed the rest of it to the right. So they've like janked her arm. Not only is there like a void space there, but like they've rotated her arm inward, so it's just
Yeah, I
super
think it's
awkward.
At least just the hand.
No, I
mean,
think what it is that because it's zoomed out slightly, you're just seeing more of the edge of the wrist.
well, they did reshape the hand because you can see her thumb
Yeah.
and fingers in that. The one on the right.
I
Well-
think it's at a different angle too. It looks way more awkward in the.
All
in
I
the
can
English
say
one.
is Japan best. And it doesn't really count as pickups, but I reconsolidated my manga collection and I linked them like every Discord under the sun.
All right, well, cool. All right, so you guys remember we talked about the South Korean toilet that converts poop to power and pays you for your
Oh
deposit?
yeah,
So a couple things here. Remember the quote they brought up where they're like, "I had only ever thought that feces are dirty, but now it is a treasure of great value to me." Watch the Reuters take on this. A female student was the one who uttered that phrasing. That was surprising. Also, I wanted to read gross. I wanted to read the rest of this part here. No doubt, and even across the sea in Japan, readers of the news are in awe of a toilet that pays per poop, saying things such as, quote, "I want to live off money I make by pooping. My poop makes methane. Why is no one buying it? I can crap 5 times more than the average person. This is my time." Does it also work with diarrhea and bloody stool? Awesome, South Korea, you did it. I see. So hypothetically, if you change the seats in a car to toilets, you can drive forever. Sorry, I still have the mind of a child, but this is hilarious. They did this in Japan a while back, but a terrible stench came from it, and it never took off. So, not much could be found about such a toilet developed in Japan. But about 10 years ago, Japanese toilet maker Toto created Toilet Bike Neo, a motorcycle that runs on methane and drove across the country. You sit on a toilet.
Yep.
Yeah, right? However, this bike used methane from animal feces, so its toilet seat doesn't really work and is just for show, which is a bit of a letdown. That's not to say that other countries have attempted methane producing haven't attempted methane producing toilets before, but it's the inclusion of monetary reward for pooping that really takes BV to a whole other level of greatness. It's the job we were all born to do, and a great way to not let our waste go to waste. All right, so we've got Kyoto Potter fatally penetrated by girlfriend at Love Hotel with crossbow. Noted Kyoto Potter Takeshi Furukawa, who was spending time with his lover at a Love Hotel, found his girlfriend wanted to do the penetrating instead, as the vile woman shot him in the head several times with crossbow bolts, an odd choice of weapon that will have some wondering how she acquired it without anyone, including the Potter, knowing. The 37-year-old Takeshi Furukawa was fatally harmed by the crossbow bolts while at the Hotel Alpha Love Hotel in Kyoto, and upon arrival to a hospital was declared deceased. Furukawa resided in Higashiyama Ward and was handed several awards over the years thanks to his excellence in ceramic work. The 31-year-old girlfriend, Chiharu Sato, was arrested on suspicion of murder, but has since admitted to murdering Furukawa. It is said she also brandished a knife to stab the victim from behind. After committing her despicable act, Sato talked to the front desk and reported the incident, and police determined shock from blood loss to be what took Furukawa's life. So there you go. Don't let your girlfriend penetrate you with a crossbow. Anyway, so the next article.
Don't get pegged.
I mean, if she's hot, maybe. You know, as long as she's not a land whale with blue hair, I'm going to give you the okay. So I want to cover this one. Excessive dog pee to blame for traffic light collapse, Japanese police think. But I kind of want to do it when I have a little bit more energy, and I've got to go to bed soon. And by soon, I mean an hour and a half ago. So so let's hold off on this one.
Hold it. We'll hold it.
Yeah, I'm going to down a couple melatonins, and I'm going to drink the rest of this bottle that has water.
That looks like piss.
It had sparkling water in it at one time that I put whiskey in. Now it just tastes like watered down whiskey because it's not sparkling anymore. So while we talk and round out, I didn't check any of these. Oh, no, there aren't that many. Tenga rocket explodes on the platform. It's strange that our entertainment is being censored in 2021 like we were living in 1984. Do I mean the book of the year? Yes. Okay. The book was written in 1948. Orwell flipped the letters around or the numbers around to come up with the title. Genius. Can't wait till my book 2012 comes out. That was a bad joke. All right. Rainy Marsh about to make a killing. Okay. So, you guys been watching anything that you would like to discuss? I'm on episode 5 of Hellsing.
How many episodes are you on, FDDNM?
I watched like 3 minutes of episode 1 like 2 weeks ago.
You're fired.
I watched.
I'll have you know you have now had 3 weeks to watch it.
I'm gonna forget it by the time you guys finish it.
He says, gloating after admitting he's only watched half.
I've watched 8, and I've already seen the show like 4 times.
Wow.
Yeah, you're doing it on my behalf. That's
So-
how it works.
I'll just say that when I previously watched it, when I watched the first 4 volumes, that's all that there were for the Genio release, right? Just the 4?
Yes.
So the DVDs were just 1 episode apiece, right?
Yeah, 1 through 4.
So when I originally watched those with my wife, I remember I don't really care for the first episode because I think I liked it better in the original, although I don't fucking know why, having rewatched the original, other than the bits I talked about where I thought that they handled like 2 key things better in the original. But I remember really like when episode 3 and 4 start getting like off the ground, I was just like, oh, this is fucking insane. I just remember getting hooked, sucked in. And I don't recall in my rewatch what caused me to feel that way. Like, I'm not saying that the show's not good, but I feel like in my memory of it, I thought there was like a specific moment. And if I had to guess, I bet it was probably the reveal of it's Nazis, right? And you're like, yeah, the only thing more evil than vampires, Nazis, you know.
Nazi vampires.
Yeah, so I was. It was probably that, considering that they had cut that out entirely from the original series. But yeah, I've been a little bit let down. Maybe not the proper phrasing. I've been a little bit underwhelmed by where I was expecting it to go, I suppose. But again, I am only on episode 5. And I guess I wish I had been able to watch it when I was riding the train of really enjoying it, you know. But they ended it at volume 4 when I was originally watching it. So that's unfortunate. At least they dubbed the whole thing, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So if you guys aren't going
Yes.
to talk about it, I just want to say one thing about it real quick.
Go ahead.
And that is, episode 6 killed me. So enjoy that when you get to
Okay.
it.
Other
You mean
content?
episode 7?
No, I mean episode 6. I could not
Killed
get
you?
through. I could not get through it. I had to like force myself to get through it. It was just
Oh, okay.
a terrible episode. I mean, I'm not going to talk about the ending because you guys haven't seen it yet, or like.
Well, you can
later,
just say a yay or
I'm
nay.
not sure what was so bad about it. I mean,
I'm a nay on the ending, but anyway.
Well,
and then the other thing,
I'll keep an eye out on episode 6, which I'll be getting onto.
it was just a drudge. I couldn't get through it. I had to force myself. But the thing about the other thing that I was going to say, because I wasn't on the podcast with the original series.
Sure.
I liked the original series better than this one.
Wow. That's what I said.
I think the accents, you get over the accents in like 2 minutes of watching it. So, but when you first started watching it, yeah, okay, the accents are a little weird, but get over it. I think it's better. I think a lot of the scenes, the art in this one is it's just more cool in the old one. I don't know how to explain it, but like
yes, I totally agree. I hate the way they draw Alucard's mouth in this one.
they make him look way cooler in the original.
I agree.
In Ultimate, I think the art looks really elongated, like the butler guy. Specifically, I remember seeing his head on like the cover for so long, and his head feels like they just stretched him upwards, and it feels like a lot of the characters kind of look like that.
Yeah, and they also use a bunch of CG, which is gross and bad and should be ashamed.
That's the true reason you're like, nope, that's a red flag. I can't have that. Nope. So original better.
And the other thing that I kept not liking was they're way more comedic with the Ultimate, where they pop in with
that is the thing that I didn't like the most. Yes.
So they turned it into the Avengers.
Worse, like just they turned it into like Family Guy, just randomly like, oh, we'll do this like deviation thing where like we're in Chibi Land. I don't know if I don't remember what episode it is, but they're standing in a museum, and then all of a sudden they go to Chibi mode, and like they're staring at each other. In the original, it was like a cool scene. They're both staring at each other, and then in the new one, it's ruined. The whole scene's ruined. Right in the middle of the scene, the girl walks in with like Chibi mode and like with a bunch of tourists and like, come with me, follow me. I'm going to interrupt this like very
literally the backdrop
moment.
Has all like, you didn't add the thing, but I'm gonna kick everybody out for a second. Yep.
Yes, the backdrop. I didn't notice it, but yes, that scene. That's obviously not the worst of it, the picture, but yeah, that scene was bad. And they do it multiple times in the series, and I think it takes away from the series.
The moment that betrayed me as a fan of the original series the most is in the first episode when Saris first wakes up after being bit, and she lifts up her shirt, and you just see her under boob because she's like investigating, like, am I okay, right? And then you see like the camera basically cuts to a wide shot, and Alucard's sitting on the bed looking right at her, and she goes like, "Wah!" and like I agree. I wasn't, when I watched it originally, I wasn't on board with the comedy being the driving factor in scenes rather than it being serious. But I do think, having rewatched the original, that it takes itself a little bit way too seriously. A little bit way too seriously. I'll run with it. Okay.
You think the original is too serious, or this one?
I think the original takes itself too seriously to the point where it comes off as like a try-hard. It comes across as like a try-hard 90s.
They're trying to look as edgy and cool as possible from the 90s.
I mean, yeah. When Alucard, just in general, when Alucard starts going like, "Oh, I'm gonna like release the seal of like." What's his name? Aleister Crowley. I'm gonna release the seal of 3, 2, 1. Like all of that is just like edgelord shit, but I like it.
Did some math here to find out whatever.
Well, I'm still connected. The Chibi moments reminds me exactly of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood treatment, where what is it? They insert these chibi moments. What is the guy's name? Barry the Chopper. They completely just abbreviate that guy's entire arc into a like 2-minute or whatever backstory info dump from the guy when he's in the armor. So he's like, there once was this guy called Barry the Chopper. He blah blah blah. Like it completely like in the original, you saw not Alphonse, you saw Ed, and he was like tied to a chair, and he was about to get chopped up, and you were freaking terrified. But in this new one, it's like, oh, I was a guy who was a murderer and stuff, and it almost felt like they disregard the whole point of so yeah, we were like really acquainted with this guy, a bit uncomfortably too closely acquainted with this guy. I don't know. It just kind of was like, jokes, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like so in the original Hellsing.
That seems to be the remake trend.
Well, in the original Hellsing, the weird sort of art style that was more jokey and gag manga style, that occurred in the next time on Hellsing segments,
right?
But they relegated it specifically just to there. So it's weird when the spirit of the weapon starts talking, and the literal spirit of one of Alucard's two guns is Bruce Willis.
Jackal Willis.
Yeah. So
yeah, those scenes, and they never even when I first was, because I watched it a long time ago. I don't think I ever watched the last 2 episodes. I think because I bought the DVDs, and then actually I forgot I even bought episode 9 and 10, and then I was going to look for it, and you can find the Funimation episode 1 to 4 set and 4 to 8 set, but the episode 8 and 9 is sold out. And I was like, oh no, and then I realized that I actually do have it. So,
so because I have the art box, that only gives you volumes 5 to 8 or whatever. So because we had this whole thing where it's like, oh, there's 3 volumes and this box only holds 2. Well, what I plan to do is buy the complete collection and just slide that into the empty spot, because it should only be that large, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed the complete collection, and I was gonna buy it until I realized that I bought the other 2.
If anybody needs it, I got you covered on your Dear Brothers.
Nice, you got a lot. But so when I was originally
a total of 5, so I've only got 4 so far. Anyway,
when I was originally watching it,
off center. Anyway, go ahead. When you were originally watching,
just quickly, when I was originally watching it, I don't think I watched episode 8 and 9, and I don't really remember much of it until I rewatched it, and I thought those scenes with the guns was going somewhere. They were completely pointless, I was like, "What is this?" And it's like, "Oh, don't pick a bad gun." And and I was like, "Okay, this is gonna be something in the future. What is this?" Nope, never brought up. Just a gag, a couple times. More stupidness added to the show.
I feel like Hellsing Ultimate, when it was permeating in the back of my mind when everyone was talking about it. After it kind of it finished and everything, people, I don't know, they just didn't have the same energy to talking about it or anything. And I got the impression that it was probably one of those style over substance things where people are just like, oh, action, guns, shooting, Nazis and stuff. And that's kind of all it sounds like it was boiled down to in the end.
Allow me to share an extra image here. And you tell me if this isn't something you'd watch style over substance for.
Nom, 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 nom. Baby.
Is it a baby or just a doll?
It's baby.
Yeah. So there you go. In case you weren't aware that Nazis are bad.
Yeah. Oh wow. The shock value would be classified as style, probably.
Also white supremacists.
Oh, come on now.
Now we need to have Ogloy with the baby in our mouth.
What?
All right. So let's see. Let's see what Jason South is saying here. He's saying, people say my opinion on 03 being better than Brotherhood was crazy.
It is crazy.
So far, what I've seen, I like 03 better, but I haven't watched much of Brotherhood. Music was better than agree. Oh, for Hellsing and Full Metal Alchemist, yeah. A bridge was somehow better. That Barry stuff actually wasn't.
Well, if the
well, I don't know. Weird. Don't
The
understand.
stuff you liked about the original
the
was
bridge
actually
was-
original.
If the abridged was better than ultimate, then that's a pretty low bar to not succeed, basically. And that's what you're kind of telling me with if the original was better than ultimate, that's a pretty low bar to miss. It's basically my perception from that. So I'm kind of worried.
I will say that the iconography of it, like it is something to behold. But I do feel like, I have to say, I think that the thing that gripped me and I was like, fuck, shit's going somewhere, literally was, oh, it's Nazis? Holy shit. This is insane, right?
I'm pretty sure that's why I was looking forward to it, because when the abridged was like, we are Nazis, I'm like, they fight Nazis?
Yeah, but then after that, I was like, so I was kind of, now that I was expecting it, I was kind of hoping it would go even further. And so far, what I've seen, it hasn't. And I'm a little bit disappointed that, like, I don't know.
The funny thing was when I first saw the reveal, I wasn't like blown away. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest with you. I was like, yeah, because why wouldn't that be a thing in this universe? Like,
yeah, I really like I really like popularizing the idea that we can make Nazis villains again in
Yeah.
I'm talking super Indiana Jones over the top Nazis as the villains, right? You know, with the accents precisely the way the Major has it in Hellsing. You know, and I gotta say, I love the accents in Hellsing, particularly Anderson. Beautiful work of art, that accent. But yeah, I really do appreciate it, and I've watched a couple things. I was kind of bringing up that Sig Heil from before. I ripped it again for the 5.1 of the Japanese audio, and the Sig Heil in Japanese is weak, right? And the stuff that they're saying, like I really appreciate the localization team, because when Rip Van Winkle gets killed, they say Arvita Zen Van Winkle, right? And in Japanese, they're just saying, like sayonara or some shit, right? But in the English dub, they really leaned into, these are German Nazis. They should talk like stereotypical, over the top Nazi villains, right? Mm-hmm. And I really liked the approach they took with it. By the way, in that previous podcast, I mentioned that I had that classmate who cosplayed with his girlfriend, and Kota Hirano had seen them at a convention and said that he encapsulated exactly what he pictured in his mind for the characters or something like that. It was definitely Schrodinger, but that was the character his girlfriend was dressing up as. And the guy with the hat with like the collar that was like covering his mouth. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay. Yeah.
So that was the one he was dressed up as for sure. Now that I've seen it on
the ending for both those two characters is just stupid.
I thought it was brilliant what they did.
I loved it in the scene when Alucard's simping for the queen, and Schrodinger shows up, and Integra's like, kill them, or just kill him, right? And he just sticks the gun in his mouth, pulls the trigger. It's just like, the way they animated it was so beautiful.
Also, in terms of accents, I think it's episode 8. It's either episode 8 or at the beginning of episode 9. Alucard does some accent work, and
I think it was in the episode 8.
It is off-putting.
Yeah, it's funny.
Why would
'cause
he
in
just
the-
randomly start accenting?
I'll watch the episode.
Yeah, watch the episode.
In the original, I felt like Crispin Freeman was the only one carrying the show.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the accents are weird in the first one, and you might think it's, or well, you could argue it's because they're weaker VAs, but
Yeah, it was more Saris that I felt like was dragging the show down, because the voice actor who literally has only ever voiced Saris just didn't seem like she was actually commanding the role. You know what I mean? So anyway,
What are you
it is
talking about? She was
10:55.
supposed to sound like a scared little squirrel.
It
or something.
actually worked for her in Hellsing Ultimate a lot. Like I felt like it. Okay. Let me put it this way. There's a jankiness to the original that is kind of endearing. So the Valentine brothers, that's what their names are, right, Reese? When the Valentine brothers, she takes down
I think so.
the potty mouth guy in both the original and in Ultimate. And watching her do like the takedown in the original is so fucking funny because it's like so crappily animated. It was like arm to the back, up, right, and then fall forward, right? Face plant. But in Ultimate, it's like it's just a little bit more finessed. In the original, it's like imagine you just took you're animating Family Guy style, and then you just take the still image of her in the hold pose, and you just key it and then rotate it keyed down, right? So it's like, boom, it's so funny.
I seen your message
And
about
Walter's
that.
comment, oh, what brilliant technique.
What a brilliant takedown, yeah.
I seen your tweet about that, and then I started watching the episodes, and I was actually looking out for that scene, and I never even noticed it.
Which scene? Did I tweet about the takedown?
Yeah, or maybe you mentioned it in another.
I mentioned it, I think, in the last in the podcast where we discussed.
Either way,
Yeah.
I started watching the show after I heard you say that, and I, throughout the whole show, I was waiting for that scene, and not knowing what scene you were specifically talking about, just waiting for a scene where it looked like janky flash animation, and I never noticed it.
Yeah. If I had time, I would totally go out of my way and make. Well, actually, we got copyright claimed on the last podcast, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Luckily, all it did was demonetize me. And when I looked up who the copyright claimant was and what it was for, it's listed as Hirushingu from when I was showing where a cut happens and like how like this is they're getting paid $34 per cut.
Oh,
This
I
is a cut,
freaking
right?
knew it.
Yeah, and what's funny, it's not even the full screen portion. It's the picture-in-picture this big on the screen version that caused it. Anyway, so
So I have a question. Do you think those Nazi VAs are going to get canceled?
Too late now.
I
It's
hope
like
not.
Dover's
Yeah.
like 10 years old now.
Yeah. So I will note this. Welcome to this crazy time. You have arrived in the era of madness. You're a tough boy. A tough boy. Yeah, that's the opening to Fist of the North Star 2. That the Nazi is singing on the blimp. The end of episode 3 or whatever this was.
Yep.
So that was
That
was
second
not
part of
so-
the line was not in the dub.
Right,
There's
the
just
tough boy
more-
line that was not in the dub.
Yeah.
He says, "Welcome to this crazy time," and then I think he's singing in German. And
No,
then
he sings it in English.
Does he?
Yeah.
I don't know, but then they leave out the tough boy one in the.
Yeah.
If you turn into the Japanese,
I remember hearing this
it's
era.
very faint. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very faint in the Japanese one. Anyway, oh yes, Weia Burger with all the points here. Yeah, this I wasn't expecting them to. We'll go together and seize Nakatomi Plaza, and then we'll rescue Ving Rhames from a gimp suit. Yeah, that was quite the moment I wasn't expecting. Anyway, guys, I really got to go to bed. I got work in the morning. So I'm going to dip out.
GTFO, bro.
If you guys want to hang out and chat about other things, you're more than welcome to, right?
All right. Hopefully, we don't run into something that ended up how the last podcast ended up.
Well, I haven't watched that yet, so.
When you messaged about like we got striked, I was like, oh fuck, it's the last thing we did.
Oh, you're talking about the
PF?
Yeah. Yeah, I very much want to turn that into a short for the channel. I'm just not quite sure what to put yet. By the way, Wea Burger, if you're watching, I was thinking of hiring you to do some sketches for the bit where we talk about the pole dancer manga that was getting turned into an anime. I think that could be hysterical with some visual aids attached to it.
Visual aids.
So yeah, I think that could quite.
While I have you here, when you were sending us those voice messages and you did that, you can do it. You can grind your gosh against my face. Did you actually say that in the clip that way?
That is it. That is precisely
with that exact accent.
Yes. Yeah. When I'm on the routes by myself, I have an AirPod in and I'm listening to the podcast at 1.5 times speed, which I got to tell you sounds like when you stop listening to the podcast at 1.5 times speed, it's like, why are you guys talking so slow? Jesus, right? But yeah, so I listen to it 1.5 times speed, and anytime an article or something funny happens, I will pull out my phone and I'll take a screenshot of the timestamp so that I can come back to it later. And I'll take like a note on it, like, oh, this could be a podcast clip. So I just write article on it or whatever with the write-on feature. I send them stuff all day. Like, FDM, get on this. Please edit something. Do something. God damn it, FDM. Why do I have this whip if you won't move? All right. Anyway. All right, guys. Well, I gotta get out of here.
Have a good night, man. Sleep well.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining me.
Every time you send that to, like, whenever, like, I'm in the car for like 3.5 hours with my dad, I can't listen to these clips.
I know. I realized the last one I sent. So in my rewatch today, I got to the point where we talked about the Red Bull ad that said "Go suck a dick," right, in Japanese. And like it was supposed to be something to the effect of "to hell with responsibility" or something, but the literal translation is "go suck a dick." So I desperately wanted to turn that into a podcast clip where the thumbnail was a woman like sucking a dick with it like poking out her cheek, and then replace the dick with a Red Bull can. Right? I thought that would be a really funny thumbnail. But I was thinking, like, because the article kind of doesn't go in, like, that's funny, but then the entire second half of the article is just dead air. It's not funny, right? So I was thinking about just making it into a short instead. But in order to do that, I can't make a thumbnail for a TikTok, right? You have to take a scene from it. So I thought I might as well do like an actual animated GIF kind of the whole thing with like the Red Bull going in. So I'm describing like, so like, I don't know if this is something that you come across on the internet often, but if you ever come across a video of a woman shoving something in her mouth, right, please send it to me. And I was thinking, well, as I'm saying it, I'm thinking, wow, this is going to be awkward when they listen to this in front of their family. Anyway, all right, guys, I gotta get out of here. I'll talk to you later. Thank you guys for joining me tonight, and I'll catch you next time. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Right. Oh, this is getting awkward already.
And then there were 4. So I marathoned a spider, and that was interesting.
And you instantly regret it.
I do.
What was it?
I got reincarnated as a spider. I'm a spider.
Oh, okay.
What?
Spider. Okay, yeah. I like
and
that.
oh, the CGI. Yeah. Oh, dear God, the CGI. Like, as monsters, it was fine, but the fact that they were
like, Ann did an article or something about it. Like, they outsourced the animation, and that company got so far behind, they basically had to crunch and do everything again, like, every single week. So, like, episode 14 is when, like, or something, or, like, one of those episodes is when that, like, the ball dropped, and it's like at that point on, they basically had to do everything themselves. In double
And it
time.
was just like, I understand for the monsters, but when like the people were involved, I was like, why are we still in CGI? There were so many moments.
This is why I think these companies are so short-sighted in their planning. It's like, yeah, let's animate it like on the razor's edge, like 2 weeks in advance or something.
Yeah.
If something goes wrong, we'll have no contingency. It's a really good idea.
So it's gonna make Random 11 puke all over the place.
I'm never watching that shit.
I think
Yeah.
they should have everything animated, everything done, and
It's
the only
already
thing
a
on the
clone.
timetable is the dubbing process.
Basically.
It's already a clone of the slime show, so
Somewhat.
I'm never watching.
It's got some differences, but yeah.
The whole, yeah.
I just
The
think it
whole
looks
first
obnoxious.
episode looked the exact same. I literally thought it was like a ripoff of, like a direct ripoff of the slime show. I was like, oh, okay.
Kind of. I mean, in its own way, yeah. But you could say that about any isekai. It's like, oh, I got transported into another
No,
world.
you get transferred into another
Spider
world,
has
get
the entire
spawned as a
cast.
monster, get spawned into a cave, spend your hours and
But that
days
was
just
also okay.
being in a cave by yourself, killing
Yeah.
monsters. Like, it was to the T the same. I was like,
Yeah,
So
but
if you watched like one more episode, it went into a legit like one more episode.
Spider has the entire cast. The timelines are separate. You don't realize
Which
this until
pissed
like
me
halfway
off,
through.
by the way. I was supposed to be like blown away by that.
I
but was
realized it like when they had that round table meeting of the demon lords or whatever. It was like, wait a minute. And,
What?
like episode 8 or 9 or something.
I was supposed to be blown away, but I wasn't. I was like,
They did what?
legit pissed. A time skip is what Reese is talking about. They've been
They're following the other classmates when they're teenagers. It's 15 years after the part when the spider hatches.
After the spider hatches?
Yes.
Yeah.
spoilers.
When the spider hatches, is day one.
Sorry, chat.
When-
Yeah, we're
when
spoiling
basically all the other students are babies at that point in time, and so it's like they're watching her growth immediately to becoming this super being, and then we're skipping ahead 15 years or whatever to follow these kids around, which he's already like a freaking demon lord at that point, or whatever.
Speaking of odd voices, like noticing voices, I was watching that Gundam UC show, and I've been watching the dub, and I start noticing. I didn't double check, but I swear to God, the uppity, tight, by the book character is the exact same guy that voiced the uppity, tight, by the book character in Code Geass.
Callan?
I don't know names.
The girl that's Greenline's profile picture?
No. Oh,
No. She's like a rebel.
yeah. No, the Lucius
By the
friend.
books? Shirley?
The one who
No,
was
the
masturbating
fucking
with the
guy. I'm
table?
talking about a guy.
Oh,
You're
oh.
Zaku. So you're saying that was
Yuri
Sasuke,
Lowenthal?
aka Yuri Lowenthal.
Yeah.
Sasuke from Naruto.
I thought you said the by the books girl.
No.
So did I.
The by the books, uppity, tight guy, like that character in
Now it's starting to seem genders.
in Gundam UC is the blonde-haired guy that has the bracelet
Okay.
from Gundam UC, and I swear to God, he's voiced by Suzaku.
Probably is.
You can always check this out on like My Anime List or.
I could have, I never got around to it. But then the other thing I noticed was Misty plays one of the girl characters in in that show, and I was like, oh my God, that's Misty. I haven't heard Misty's voice in forever.
Yeah, Rachel Willis. She was a Gowen's aunt in Hunter x Hunter.
That I didn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I also watched Hunter
And
x Hunter
me too.
recently. The new, like 2011.
Yeah, 2011.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't notice that one, but I did notice this one.
Yeah. No, it's crazy to hear her voice and be like, oh shoot, I haven't heard you in like decades. It's nice to hear her voice because it's like you think you don't hear her and Veronica Taylor was in Spider. Now that was the one thing I did enjoy. I was like,
Oh, really?
yeah, it was the main demon lord. Like you didn't recognize her voice?
She's
I didn't
like,
watch the dub.
all right, Pikachu, let's
She's
go to the
She's
lead.
the main demon lord in that one with the dark hair with the white stripe in her head.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Huh.
that's Veronica Taylor.
Interesting.
I was very shocked. I was like, I was pleasantly surprised, but that was the only thing that I enjoyed. Really, I mean, I got really annoyed. I also laughed at the fact that Cherami Leigh plays the blonde elf, so that makes the 278th blonde that she's played in the dub for Spider. It's like, jeez.
She's not even a blonde.
She isn't, but she gets cast as a lot of blondes. I'm over simplifying it. She doesn't play blondes all the time, but she plays a lot of iconic blondes. But no, I just found it really kind of. I don't like Gundam all that much. I tried to watch Unicorn, and I just couldn't get into it. I don't know. Gundam for me, I find it overly boring with its politics.
Is Unicorn UC? Like,
Yeah.
Is it? I thought it was, but I could be wrong. But
I have no clue. I watched Gundam Wing when I was like 8 years old or younger.
When you say UC, are you saying the title or is it Universal Century?
yeah, that's
It's the one on Netflix, and it.
No. I'm clarifying your question because Greenline thought you were asking if it was Universal Century, and you were probably asking, is UC Unicorn? Like, is that what the UC stands for?
Oh yeah, no, I was asking that. Is
There
UC
you go.
stand for
There we go.
Unicorn?
Yes. Is it Universal Century? Pretty sure, yeah.
yeah, I think
So
so.
yes
but-
to both.
Yeah, it's yes to both.
Okay.
Okay. All I know is Netflix showed it to me. I was like, fuck it, I'm bored. I'll click on it. And then I clicked on it and I regretted it because now I'm like on, and their episodes are long too. They're all like an hour long. But I'm on episode like 5 now or 6, and it has me. And I'm not a Gundam fan. Like I said,
Okay.
I watched Gundam Wing way back when, and I watched G Gundam. And those
I'm
were,
happy
I
for you.
like G
feel like-
Gundam. I don't even remember a thing about Gundam Wing except the opening. But I like G Gundam, and that's the only one I liked. And I think I tried to get into Gundam Seed for like a minute, and I was like, this is bad, and I turned it off.
everybody was is on about Iron Blood Orphans. I tried to get into that, and I was into it for like a season, but then I dropped off. I don't know why. I don't like Gundam. It's sad. It's just like I should, but I don't.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because you've recently seen some Gundam Unicorn. But like I said in chat, I only popped it in just because I'm like, okay, I want to see what it vaguely looks like. Let's see how good this Blu-ray is. And I was captivated by the animation quality because there was that one. I don't. Would you call it a fight scene where guy is like running away with girl, and I think someone gets like that chick gets tripped or something.
Yeah.
And I was just
When
like
they're going up the escalator thingy.
yeah, it was something like that. And basically, I was sitting there. I'm like, oh, this looks pretty good. I wonder when the dips in qualities are coming. And they didn't. They just kept going. The animation kept looking really good, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
That animation bit kind of screwed me up because as I was watching it, I was like, they're slowing down and like they're in the air for like ever, and I'm like, what is going on? And it took me like until after that scene, which is halfway through the episode, to realize that it's because there's no gravity. And it's like, and then I was like, well, how are they running before if there's like, well, not no, but there is low gravity. And I'm like, how are they running like that if there's low gravity and then they can jump like that? But then I just was like, okay, I'm gonna accept that and move on because otherwise it's gonna drive me crazy.
I gotta take something back real quick. I just now learning that what's her face, Rachel Lillis, who plays Misty, also plays Jessie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
never
didn't
do
know
that.
that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. All I know is that Brock plays Kaiba.
Yeah.
And Brock also plays James.
That one's obvious. Anyway,
Wow.
yeah. So the episodes, I haven't noticed any like weird. Hey, I don't like that animation. I don't think I've noticed any CG, like noticeably CG.
I think Origin has CG. That's all. That's the only
Origin was
comment.
the only one I could watch all the way through.
Dude,
and he-
Origin, I popped that in for testing. Now that was a different experience because right out the gates they are just blasting in space, like all these explosions and stuff. And with the 5.1 enabled, it's just like Jesus Christ! I'm in the middle of like after I watched like just a portion of it, I'm like, there is no way I can watch this in the quote chronological order because Origin comes first, right? And then you go to the 79 series, which has like 1.0 audio probably,
yeah.
and like 2 frame a second animation.
I
and I'm
wouldn't
like-
normally recommend this, but I feel like they should also redo that one.
Okay. Well, first of all, in terms of like whether or not chronological matters, I literally have no clue what's going on in terms of like the overarching like political thing. They're talking about like new types and like Zeo new types and
Right.
all these like weird words that are I can't even pronounce because I don't even fucking know.
Well, if you're not aware, I already screwed myself over with Fate. I watched Fate Zero first when I was.
I also watched Fate Zero first.
Never watched Fate Zero first.
Yeah, that's all I've heard from you. Reese, is just never watch it first. I'm like,
I didn't seem to have a problem with Fate Zero watching it first. Although when I say I watched it first, I only watched Fate Zero.
No, there's gonna be a lot of things that are just like revealed and be like, this is supposed to shock you.
I've been told to watch Fate Zero literally last. Like, not just, watch a couple first, then watch Fate Zero. Watch it last. Watch, like, everything. Like, even watch Garden of Sinners before you watch Fate Zero.
What about the volleyball one, or is that a game?
Looking with the Emias?
I don't know.
Yes,
I just know
apparently
there's some weird Fate stay.
Well, too bad,
properties.
Reese. I didn't have you around when I was watching Fate Zero.
Like,
so
to clarify for anybody, my reasoning is like you learn different characters, you learn the magic system, like the characters like show up in Fate Zero. They're not explained. Like, why are you supposed to care about Rin or Sakura, these two kids? Like, why are you supposed to care about Ilya and what's going on? Who gives a shit?
Because it's an anime and they made it. That's why you care.
Well, some of the characters, from what I've seen of just Fate in
But,
general, like I care about Emilia a little bit. Like I kind of get what's going on.
Guys, I think I screwed up by uttering the phrase "blue-eyes white tits" because for some reason on everywhere, Amazon, eBay, I keep getting these really lewd recommendations. And
turn personalized ads off.
Like what is it? I literally so I use Brave for my my normal browsing now. But because on the podcast I just like switched to a Chrome window because it doesn't have 500 tabs open that I plan to get to later. So I just close Brave, use Chrome. And clearly Chrome is just like harvesting instantly, like, given the titties. No.
Green Line. Have you so you finished the Unicorn series?
I didn't, dude. It was airing on Toonami, and I watched like 6 episodes of it, and I couldn't get through it, and I just tuned it out.
I think there's only
7.
6. Oh,
there is 7.
I know it's short.
I think 7 was like a double length one.
No. I think they're all pretty much.
No, like a double length compared.
Well,
to
I only watched
the other
so
ones.
many, and then just
so it's
out.
Episode 7's 2 hours, is what you're saying.
I think that I haven't seen it, but I want to say that was like a thing. Cause
They literally, I hate Sunrise for doing this, but they literally made a quote TV cut of it. So there's 24 episodes. It's literally the same thing, but they digested it a different way. It's the inverse of a compilation movie. They take the movie and uncompile it.
Yeah.
Didn't they do that with I forget.
Oh, no, never mind. It's 90 minutes, not 2 hours. But yeah.
I think it was Ghost in the Shell. I don't remember. There was some anime. I remember they had the TV version, and then they had the movies that recap the TV version, and then they made TV versions out of those movies. And I was like, what the
No.
fuck?
What?
Yeah,
no.
I don't remember what. I think it was Ghost in the Shell.
No,
but,
no.
maybe
Ghost in
not.
the Shell standalone complex. They had the season 1, and then they had the Laughing Man movie, which took basically the core storyline from season 1 and had that movie. And then
What
there was
I
season
think is
2,
stupid.
and then there's the individual other movie, which basically did the same thing. And then that was it for like movie and recaps. But then,
Anyway,
but with the Arise, we had OVAs 1 through 4. And then for
definitely wasn't
the
Rise.
alternative architecture TV series, basically took those, put
Decompiled.
4 and cut them in half because they were all hour-long episodes. They put 4 at the beginning, so episodes 1 and 2 were actually Rise episode 4, and 1, 2, and 3. And then the last 2 episodes of alternative architecture was basically what would have been Arise episode 5, and that leads into the movie, the Ghost in the Shell, the new movie, for whatever stupid reason Funimation had. But we never got those last 2 episodes released over here on disc whatsoever. So like the movie doesn't make any sense.
Hold up. Of the new Ghost in the Shell Arise?
Not the 3D series. It's called Ghost in the Shell, the new movie.
Yeah, I have the new movie, but hold on. We haven't gotten 2 episodes or whatever?
Yeah. There's the last 2 episodes of alternative architecture, or Arise alternative architecture, is completely original content. Funimation streamed it, never dubbed it. They never dubbed the show, and so we never got it released over here. And those 2 movies basically bridge Arise to the new movie.
Oh my Christ.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Anyway,
I'm still
before I
waiting on. What's that?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to quickly ask before I forget. The reason I asked you if you watch the Unicorn Show was because at the very beginning there's a scene where they're out in space and there's got this big like circly thing, and then like it blows up, and you see what looks like the main character there, and it looks like he blows up, and then he wakes up in a bed, and it's like whatever.
Okay, I think I
So,
remember that, but it's
Did
been a while.
any of that get explained? Because I'm still in the dark on that one.
I'm not too sure. Like I said, I tuned it out.
All I know is that I think, okay, so isn't there like a villain called Full Frontal or something?
Well, villain, depending on whose side you're on,
That's
potentially.
true.
There is a character called Full Frontal.
Yeah, because I remember in like 2014 or whenever it was, there was like posts on this one anime forum or something talking about full frontal nudity in Gundam or something, and there's like hashtag Gundam cocks or something, and I'm like, well, at the time I'm just like, well, that's stupid. Why would Gundam just show some guy's dick randomly or whatever? But I'm wondering if that was just conflated with the name of Full Frontal in Unicorn. Unless there actually is a dick in Gundam Unicorn. Feel free to let us know, chat.
I have yet to see any dicks.
Oh shit, we got. I just looked up Gundam on Netflix and I'm scrolling through and I was like, holy crap, they got Power Rangers on Netflix? What the hell?
Nice.
They did a deal with Netflix, I think, where they were talking about. Now that you say that, I'm pretty sure they were talking. Maybe it was just rumors that they were going to do a Netflix only Power Rangers show. Although that might have been before Disney bought them out, so I don't remember.
Episode 1 is called Day of the Dumpster.
Of Unicorn?
Of Power Rangers.
Power Rangers.
Day of the Dumpster is episode 1 of Power Rangers.
It's good trivia.
Wow.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna peace out. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So enjoy your conversations.
Alrighty then.
We will miss you
later.
Laters.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, like Gundam, for me, my current status is I'm on like episode 10 technically of the original, and I'm masochistically like raping myself into watching it chronologically. Well, not chronologically, but as it aired, because
Airing order, yeah.
yeah, because
I usually like to go that route.
if you think about it this way, people who are around in '79 to watch it originally, you know, they never had Origin or whatever, so it's not like, oh, like retroactively, they're like, God, I was such an idiot for watching that and not waiting 35 years for Origins to come out or whatever it is. You
Yeah.
know, like, so I'm doing that mainly for production quality assurances, because you know, like
It can't get any worse from here.
right, it can only go up, and I just got to a certain point, like it was back when I was like also raping myself into reviewing everything I watched almost, which put me into this like pigeonhole of I'm basically watching nothing because I don't I'm not dedicating the time to writing, and you know, like I'm never in the mood to write or whatever it was, and I need to make sure that I watch things like immediately or whatever. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna write about. So then I just kind of like went the complete opposite route, where I was like, okay, just watch literally as much as I want, anything I want, and by the time I'm ready to write something, it'll probably be enough time elapsed that I'll be okay with rewatching it anyway, because I don't like to rewatch things too close to each other, because otherwise shows like I think it was Mayo Chiki, I watched the sub and then the dub came out relatively quickly after, and I felt like I watched it so quickly it wasn't back to back, it was only like a year, but I felt it was too fresh in my mind that I was like almost like committing to memory these little details and stuff, and I'm like, well, I don't want to make it unspecial when I watch it to the point where I memorized it. It's like
which is kind of the argument that I was trying to make about watching the original Hellsing and then watching Hellsing Ultimate, or like watching Full Metal Alchemist and then immediately watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, because like we go over a lot of the same kind of scenarios. You're watching all like back to back, you know, that kind of thing. That was my reasoning when we always had that kind of argument.
Like, I mean, what other shows were there that had that type of situation?
I don't think not a whole lot, actually.
Not a whole lot.
Well, clearly we didn't have this discussion a lot. But yeah, like
Berserk, the 1990, was it 8 or 95, whatever, the 96
into Golden Age, into Golden AIDS.
The Golden Age movies, the Golden Age trilogy is also same kind of deal, I guess. It's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. And the fact that I'm looking at it on my shelf right now, like, oh yeah, that was a thing. Sailor Moon and Sailor Moon.
So Golden Age arc, so it rehashes the original?
Yeah, essentially.
Oh, okay. I think I thought it was like a sequel, because I was thinking, well, it would be stupid to watch like, you know, up to the 24 episodes or whatever that the original is, and then you continue on and you forget, you know, it's not as fresh in your mind. You're just like, what the hell happened last? Oh yeah. Griffith did nothing wrong.
That's not the case. You get to see some more from the 97 version, and then there's some more that they added in the films towards the end. That's interesting and good to know. But
they added an extra rape scene.
No, they just added what happens at the end, so you're not left at what the fuck. They had context to who survived and who didn't.
Speaking of Berserk FDDNM, did you see that video I posted in the music tab on the Discord?
Video in the music tab in the Discord.
I tagged you.
Damn it. It doesn't help that that channel already has like X other red notifications, so they all just merge together. Where is the at Footnum? Oh, yeah, that's Alex Terrible, the Slaughter to Prevail vocalist. Well, actually, hold on. That's his channel. That's why it says Alex Terrible. Yeah, I listened to Slaughter to Prevail, so I haven't watched it yet because I don't know.
I don't know. I saw that for some. I stumbled upon that for some reason. It's like, that's probably something FDDNM would be gung ho about.
Yeah, I saw the notification and I didn't have headphones near me at the time. I'm like, I don't want to listen to it on my terrible phone speaker or anything. So yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, for Gundam, I'm just like Well, I was stuck on episode 10, and then when I was watching it, I'm like, all right, I need to be articulating this. This is the most important Gundam review I'll ever do, because obviously I'm like, well, it's the definitive Gundam series. So then by the time I got to episode 10, I'm like, I don't even know what to say about this show. Like, they just have like a space colony or whatever, and they're just kind of going on their way, and then they're getting attacked by the baddies, and then they just keep going.
Like the characters aren't that interesting in Gundam half the time.
Well, it feels, from what I remember, it felt like there wasn't a whole lot of downtime and chilling out to understand the characters. It was kind of like back-to-back action in the same way that JoJo kind of is in some of the series. It's like, oh, action, fight. Oh, there's another fight. So you just kind of like get to a point where you're like, oh, what's the purpose of the fight? Why do I care about why they're fighting?
Right. It's the backdrop of Universal Century
and when it's in 79 series, you're like, the fights aren't all that exhilarating. Not that I think, oh, the fights have to at least be exhilarating, but it's just kind of like, it's really difficult to figure out what to say. But now that I've articulated it, I could literally just say, like, dude, it's just mech of the week.
Yeah.
At this point. But the politics thing is the meme that my brother told me about Gundam, not that he's a huge fan or anything, like he's only seen Unicorn, is that like every single Gundam is just, frickin' war is bad and politics and neither side is evil or good or whatever.
Right. That's I get the feeling that's most of Gundam, if not all.
Actually, you know what? My brother and I did watch Gundam Thunderbolts together, and we both hated it. It was so bad. You have this like drug addicted who would have been the waifu, but it was a blonde played by Cherami Leigh.
And, really? Are you serious?
I'm serious. She was a blonde by Cherami Leigh. And what is it? So the whole point is, there's these two guys. The one guy looks like the Megalobox guy. But the thing is, was it just his legs? Was it? I don't know. He had like his legs blown off or something. But whatever, he operates a mechanism. And it's all about, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it's all about PTSD and these two guys who just want to like fight each other. Like they're two guys on opposite ends of the war, but they specifically want to fight each other or whatever. It's like their manly match or whatever.
So, on a funny note, she also plays another blonde in Iron Blooded Orphans. I shit you not.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Doesn't she play Lucy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. In Fairy Tail.
Yeah. Good God.
She also plays like either Liz or Patty in Soul Eater.
Patty. Yeah, Liz is Jamie Markey. But yeah, no, she plays. That's my running joke. Was she plays too many blondes?
Well, it seems to be working.
No, it's just funny. I find it hilarious.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about how Thunderbolt was awful. Yeah, it's just
Thunderbolt's awful, and I don't know. I've tried. Like Iron Blooded Orphans, to its credit, it had interesting characters, but it lost me eventually because it got into the freaking war is bad politics, and I don't know. I feel bad for all my peeps who are into
Your fellow
Gundam
mechas?
chat, but like, you know, like I can't
Like,
get into
why
it.
can't they just make another Code Geass? Well, actually, now that I bring that up, my brother, he watched Gundam 00, and he told me, he's like, dude, this is like a Code Geass 2.0 or whatever. He like,
it was actually good.
he made it sound like it was very similar to Code Geass. It sounded like they were like on their own, like with their own little Gundam squad, and they just kind of like separated or whatever.
It
I don't know if
boggles
there's, like-
my mind that Sunrise hasn't made another Code Geass. Well, I mean, they have.
They have, and it boggles your mind that they did.
Well, okay, so I know they have, but my point being, it's taken them like 10 years, a decade to release 5 OVAs in one film. Like, how many Gundams have we had? How many like isekais?
Actually,
have
the
we had?
Gundam pipeline has slowed down so.
It has. It definitely has. Okay,
They
I'll
started.
I'll
They
I'll
made
give it to you
Thunderbolt,
there.
and then after that, they're just like, let's like Gundam build fighters, and then Hathaway, and
Yeah.
like they teased that they're making a sequel to. Is it Gundam 00? I think they confirmed that, and so which my brother was looking forward to, obviously. But yeah, like the Gundam pipeline has just slowed down. But yeah, the thing that made Thunderbolt so much worse is that it was like, oh, here's the gritty side of war and stuff. Like, think of watching a World War II PTSD simulator. It's basically like that, but it's for fantasy. Oh, Gundams in space. It's like, why would you do that? Give me the freaking uppity whatever Gundams fighting in space glorification bullcrap. I don't care. Just make it cool big robots fighting each other.
Right.
Don't give me that. Oh, I'm a cripple in space because my legs were blown off. And I think at one point he just goes crazy with this idea of, I don't know, revenge on that blonde bastard. And I think like his mech, like the guy is like, oh, I made you this stronger mech model, but something you can't blah blah. So he like, I don't know if he got both his arms amputated so he could like be more neurally linked with it or something. It was either that or he cut off his other leg, but I feel like it was something crazy like he cut off his arms. But either way, I'm just like, this is awful. Why would anyone watch that? And like Anime Snob made a video praising it. He's like, good music, because it was like jazz instead of like what is it? The typical J-pop, whatever they throw together. Good music, blah blah blah, and it's like probably praising the gritty whatever storyline, serious blah blah, and I'm just like, no, this is awful.
Yeah.
All right. I've been scrolling through Cherami Leigh's My Anime List page, and holy crap, there's a lot of blondes here.
I was about to do the same. Oh my, great minds think alike.
Like, she got Sailor Venus.
Yeah, Sailor Venus.
She's clearly typecast as the blonde bimbo.
She plays a lot of goddamn characters. Holy shit.
Yeah, back in the day when I was getting to harem anime, she was in like a lot of them, and I feel like it was it her and Josh Greeley were like in so many. She was either like with Todd Haberkorn as a counterpart, or with, it feels like Josh Greeley, but I can't really name off the top of my head something she was a counterpart in. Jesus. Actually, I guess wasn't Shakugan no Shana that dubcast?
Shakugan.
For the first couple, for the last couple of seasons, but the first season was like a Canadian studio, I believe.
Yeah, it was Ocean, which I was sad about. I'm like, damn it, why'd you take this from me, Funimation? I don't know why, but Shakugan no Shana, literally, the frickin' pendant has this, like, it's literally Naraku from Inuyasha who voices it. He's like, Yuji Sakai, the Meestis. And for some reason, the word Meestis sounds so funny to me. I'm like, Yuji Sakai, the Meestis.
Eugene.
So maybe not that many blondes,
Josh
but I swear to
Greeley.
you that there's like
Okay, so it is Josh Greeley.
Okay.
there's just quite a few blondes in here.
Now,
I'm just
don't-
saying, amongst all the colorful rainbow-haired characters of anime.
Now,
It's like-
brace yourself for Josh Greeley's animeography with all the
I
hair
don't
and
think so.
protagonists.
I'm gonna back out of here. So, FDDNM, are you gonna watch Hellsing Ultimate this week?
I'm going to rate myself to probably get it done all tomorrow, because essentially what happens is every week that I have converging things to do on the weekend or near the end of the weekend. So I had my video.
I'll be right back.
All right. The video audio that I was editing for Duo this weekend, we were potentially going to have the stupid what is it? Like, we usually have a regular game night or whatever on Saturdays. And then my freaking bandmate's like, oh, insert sub goals that we want to get done here. And I'm like, okay. And then he said, hey, can you listen to insert other guy's song here and see if there's suggestions to put in there? And I'm like, okay. And then he's like, oh, here, I'll lend you this mic. I'm going to pick it up tomorrow, though. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess I have to use that mic, which he never actually did pick up. That's the one I'm using now. And that's like, oh, podcast is coming up. And I'm like, well, God damn it. Either I'm going to watch all of
Where'd my
it.
week go?
Either I'm going to watch all of it, or I'm going to just not watch any of it so I can sufficiently do everything else. So I obviously went for option B. But now that I've got that out of the way, I can rape myself into watching all of it first, and then do the other stuff that comes at the end of the week after.
Sounds like a plan. So
Yes.
I'll probably end up watching 9 and 10 tomorrow just to get it done, so I don't have to take the disc with us when I leave on Wednesday.
Just so I don't have to think about it. So what's after it again?
I think I don't know. I mean, not AC's future plans in mind. I don't know.
We're just gonna
He said
temporarily
Black
disband
Lagoon.
we're gonna
He said
temporarily
Black
disband the
Lagoon, but
Watch
I don't
Club.
know. Yeah, he said he might be out of the Watch Club. So
Entirely.
I mean, if you want to watch Black Lagoon, I'm absolutely up for watching Black Lagoon. But
I don't want to cuck Brad out of it either, though. So we can have that as something that to bring once he's back, able to watch
the grand welcoming back, if that ever happens, hopefully.
Basically. Now what we could do is we could watch these. I'm gonna call them demi-seasonal shows because what is it? Because it will be a season before because of the dubs, because we have to wait a season for the dub to finish. So yeah, something that's a season or two old, we can have a watch club discussion on. I did finally finish Mushoku Tensei. I feel like there was a couple others. I forced myself to watch Conception anime, and what I really should do is finish Island, that Green Line has been pressuring me to complete forever, because literally I looked on my anime list, and I was just looking at the things that I'm like, okay, what do I need to complete? So I was just literally going alphabetical. I'm like, I'm tired of seeing Conception on my list. Let's get that done. I kind of want to save. I mean, I almost want to save the breakdown of that show for later. But I mean, I could probably pull up my notes that I put on Lance's server.
I'm noticing that you're only 9 episodes in, and March comes like a lion.
Yeah. So that one I'm watching on my PC, and I haven't had my PC in my room for ages. But ironically, today that could partially change
There's
because of
only 4
podcast.
episodes in Dororo.
On which one? Oh yeah, Dororo.
4
Yes.
episodes in Unstover's fan. What's wrong with you?
Hey man, I probably had some other thing come up. Whether
You
that
actually
was
have that on Blu-ray, though, don't you?
I do. I do.
Yeah. Well, that's bullshit. 4 episodes
Wait, hold
in
on. That was a PC watch only because it uses my UK Blu-ray Region B disc drive in my PC.
4 episodes in on Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen. That's a PC watch only.
Yeah.
Well, not only, but I mean, like, I have the VLC playlist method going for those shows, basically.
17 on My Love Story.
What?
How long ago? My Love Story. How long ago was that watch club?
Ages? Like, was it before you were even on?
I remember watching it for the podcast, but I wasn't on podcast.
Right. That's how long ago it was. The thing is, like, I got to a point, like, I don't know why, but it was held off for a while. And then I'm like, yeah, I could totally get back into it. And then part of me was like, well, I want it to be mildly special or whatever. And I'm like, well, do I rewatch it? I'm like, no, I don't have to rewatch it. It's pretty straightforward. It's like, oh, yay, you're my big gorilla dick guy. So yeah.
3 out of 5
I
on the.
could, but part of me is reluctant to because I'm like, do I really want it to end already?
Hold
But
on. Move tab to new window. Probably easier just to, for the sake of the viewers, share screen.
just KMS, then I won't have to watch all the anime.
There
That
we go.
solves the problem right there. No.
Here's FDDNM's my anime list. Isn't this nice, you guys?
Yeah. I can give you a play-by-play if you full screen it. Actually, I full screened my end so I can see it. So Aho Girl was supposed to be something my friends and I were going to watch together, but we only watched like that many episodes and then we just halted it.
Aho Girl?
So, yes, it's like a half length episode series. Waiting in the summer, I eventually got the dub Blu-ray and then I stopped at episode 7. I don't know why. And for some reason, the poster always makes me think of Anohana, plus the name. Just being Flip Flappers is, a failed watch club. Fruits Basket, I started watching a couple episodes because I'm like, well, the new one's coming out. Better get this one out of the way while I'm ahead. And I swear to God, one of the guys has a Brooklyn accent. I swear. Great Pretender. I think I just started watching on Netflix the one time because I'm like, what is this? People were talking about it, and unfortunately, it wasn't what I was hoping it would be. But then I got too far into it, and then season 2 came out, so it extended the My Anime List entry. So I'm like, great. Eighth Son, are you kidding me? That one my brother spoke highly of, but it sounds like the anime absolutely butchers the adaptation.
Oh, okay.
By that I mean they like skip an entire thing. Like the first episode's kind of speed run where he's already like semi grown up not grown up, but like he's already a kid who's about to go to school. It's on Crunchyroll or whatever, but yeah, and then it got to a part where it was kind of like weird, like they were jacking off the main characters so overtly, and I'm like, okay. Hatana Illusion's a huge cuckening, so I stopped watching it because the dub was paused at the time, but that's Televeru's artist and Listen to Me Girls, I Am Your Father's author who died, actually, so it's incomplete, technically, and it's not even that great a show. Horimiya, I was just waiting for the dub to finish, so I can finish that.
Probably
Hunter x Hunter. I don't know.
Greed Island Final. Did you watch the original series first?
Yeah. That's chronologically where I ended up before I just paused.
So this is like the last of the
last of the
90,
Greed Island OVAs.
Whatever. Yeah.
Inari Con, I watched, and I just haven't watched the OVA, so I just put that on there so I remember to watch it.
Okay.
Just haven't finished that for some reason. Same with Island. Same with Junji Ito. The cool thing about the Junji Ito thing is I can actually chip away at it because there contains stories.
Oh yeah, so
I just-
episodic.
Yeah, everyone says, "Oh, it's awful because of the way they animate it, and it doesn't replicate his art style." And I'm just sitting here like, it's just
Just go read the book if you want the art style.
no, it's just short horror whatever stories. It's like great. Like I don't see like nothing spectacular about the way it's written. It's just like, oh, that's kind of messed up, maybe. Like, even if it had weird art, like, it wouldn't change the way he writes. Gyo was so bad. I read Gyo. It was so bad. Tomazaki, I'm just waiting for the dub to finish. I'm actually keeping up with that one. There was a cliffhanger on the episode that I watched, I think.
Episode 11?
Yeah. And it has 2 OVAs that Funimation actually has on their site, so it has 14 episodes.
Huh.
Jujutsu Kaisen, once again, like I told you, it was just kind of like, I didn't know where it was trying to go. It just felt really...
The dub is done, by the way.
Yeah. So
you haven't gotten the part where he gets his heart, where the dude rips his own heart out?
Don't spoil.
Okay.
But I only got through episode 4, and I was like, I didn't see anything spectacular about it or anything. Like, I'm just like, okay. So I just prioritized other crap. Maria the Virgin Witch, God, like, I was halfway through it, and I'm like, oh, they're beating this dead horse so hard. They're just making so many, like, sexual references. They're just like, oh, your tote's gonna get it on, or something, because, you know, she's a virgin. They're always poking at that. I'm like, oh my God. Shut up. Kakushi Goto, I only started watching because we brought it up on the podcast. And I'm like,
is this the one about the manga authors trying to hide his
yes, exactly. So we brought it up on the podcast. And I'm like, damn, I forgot that existed. I want to see what that's like. I think I spoiled myself that for some reason or another, the mom is like absent or dead or something. And I'm like, well, that's depressing. Because I'm like, where's the mother? Did she divorce him on bad terms, or what went down? And the thing that Lance's joke is, which cock she go to? Which cock she go to? Then we got Tower of God. I don't know. There's a character with my name in it, so that's interesting. Katana Gatari.
I think I used to have this on my laptop, but I never got around to watching it, and then I deleted it, and I can't find it again.
Everyone says it's fantastic, whatever, one of the greatest anime.
That's what I heard too.
I watched one of the episodes and just didn't feel like watching more yet.
City Hunter, Cornelius.
It's kind of like Monogatari. I think it's literally the same author.
Oh no, I do still have it. Hell yeah! It's from the same author of Monogatari. I do still have it. Sweet.
Yeah. So like so there's 1,000 subtitles per second from what I remember.
Yeah.
So that's probably what deterred me from like binging it. Then
it's like hour-long episodes.
Yeah, but that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, though, like the Hellsing Ultimate thing is actually the same problem. Is I can't just, watch, an episode at the end of the night or something casually. It's like, I have to kind of put aside specifically an hour or whatever it is just for this. So it's harder to plan around. So then we got, what is it? Wise Man's Grandchild, which... I think they started jacking off the main character way too hard, too quickly. It's like, I think there's some, I don't know if she's a princess or someone, but it's like, I will protect you and stuff, and it's so straightforward. There's like no nuance to it. Like she just immediately relies on him and stuff or something. Mm-hmm. And then there's that That's Clean Freak Aoyama. That thing I sent that screenshot that has the retro ending.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty interesting. It's one of those weird guy mangas. Anime. So like, you probably know what to expect from these weird guy mangas, but that ending is definitely something to behold. But then we got the Rohan OVAs. I just still got to finish it.
Are you watching that on Netflix?
Technically, it's the Netflix dub.
But are you watching it? Is that where you're watching it?
Not really, but yes.
Okay. I looked it up on where the hell is it? There it is. And I think, yeah, these are like, I want to say Mutakabe Hill was the first one released, which was released with the Bound as Unbreakable OVAs, and then this one, and then these two last. So like they have them in this order, but it's like this one should be down here, like for release order.
At a confessional?
Yeah, At a Confessional is like episode 3. Would be episode 3.
Oh, well, I think I've seen the first two. Yeah. At a Confessional and Mutsai.
I mean, it doesn't matter what order you watch them in, but you know, I mean, I just noticed that I was like, wait a minute, that was the first one.
Now, my real question is, what is Pokemon Happy Birthday to you?
Whoa, where's that at? That's down here?
Yeah.
1 minute.
Don't stream
I
it.
want to play.
Definitely...
I want to play it. It's like only one. Oh, God damn it!
I don't think we even have Pokemon. I don't think we have that much Pokemon in the canon.
I'm gonna
watch that later.
I'll watch it right now.
Oh, so is this your live reaction?
Okay, they're just going to be saying, okay, that's it. Wow, that's... Okay.
You just send that to your child and they're like, oh, that's me, me. That's me.
It looks like a clip, or like just a clip from the show. Yeah, a 1.5 minute long clip. Wow.
That reminds me, for some reason, I just remembered how I hate Pikachu's voice actor. I know it's the original Japanese, but there's something so annoying about the Pika P. They're like, big B. Big B. It sounds like they're saying big instead of peak. It's like big. Big.
Bagel.
I don't know. It just sounds so stupid. Anyway, oh, what's that one called again? The girl, the girl, blah blah blah, time travel thing. It's made by the people that did Steins Gate. I think it came before Steins Gate. It's like a 90s visual novel hentai, eroge.
Oh, eroge.
But they made, like, I guess this is an anime. Well, not I guess this is an anime though, not like a eroge anime. But it's actually really interesting.
It's good. It's 2019.
Yeah, it's really new, but the adaptation. But the main character, it's so weird. He literally bangs the chick in the bottom right casually or whatever. And I thought they were making jokes, but because he's a pervert and stuff. But no, he actually apparently did at one point. And I'm like, what the hell? That's so weird. And then, like, he makes all these pervert jokes, and then later in the show, he time travels to another timeline. And then it's like, well, I'm kind of stuck here for a long time. And then years pass, and it's like he has a child, and it's like, yeah, a man and a woman, we did some, and I'm like, how do you make all these weird perverted jokes before? Now you're just dancing around it like a little prissy bitch boy. But anyway, I just was really jarred by the fact that he had a child at one point suddenly, despite like the one girl being particularly like, the bigger interest or something. And then he's just suddenly like whatever smashed with this person in the other world. I don't know. I was just in such a conflicted state at the moment that I just paused it. So I'm just like, oh, I don't know when to go back.
All right.
But, And then we have
We have
Inspector.
11 episodes left.
I know. It's you get to the critical mass and you're like, I'm just scared at this point. I feel like it can only go downhill because I'm like, I don't want his daughter and his wife to be raped or whatever by these guards. That's what it feels like is going to happen. Oh, did I tell
What
you?
show is this?
The girl who blah blah. I forgot to mention. Literally, episode 3 and 4 are so hard to get through. They're so hard to get through because. So to his right, the girl with the glasses. You see the girl with the glasses?
This one?
That's his like stepmom,
Oh.
stepmom, and essentially she's in a position where basically this guy. So you know how in Steins Gate there's the time loop where Mayuri dies and he keeps redoing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, what happens is she gets raped and kills herself in that loop for episodes 3 and 4.
What?
That happens over and over again, and I'm just like, this is terrible. Oh.
I'm surprised Funimation got it and dubbed it.
And literally, after the first time you see it, you just see this bed covered in fluids, and then there's like a bajillion condom wrappers and fluids and tissues in the garbage disposal, and I'm like, oh
I've
my
seen
god.
Hentai more tame than that. Jeez.
26 episodes too. Wow.
I think this literally has a hentai, but
Oh
what
my.
is it? Yeah, I'm just like, I mean, obviously he made things right, but God, that was so hard to get through. It's a really interesting show to watch, but
There's
it's got some really
OVA. Ooh.
it's got some really difficult subject matter to like you have to be really emotionally prepared. That's why I haven't returned to it. Yeah, that one says hentai. Genre sci-fi hentai.
They actually made a hentai out of the
That
OVA.
one's from the 90s though. Did you see
Yeah.
that?
It's an
Oh.
It was a hentai before it was an anime, apparently.
Jeez.
How do I go back? Can I go? Let me go forward. There we go. Okay. Phew. I got 98,
Please
99.
give me the sauce of the hentai.
Well then, does this give a more complete story?
It's 4 episodes, 30 minutes.
But yeah, dude, imagine that. Like you're just watching episodes of that. Like, yep, this the mother of the character just keeps getting raped and killing herself in the time loop. I need to prevent this. Like Jesus Christ. Then Inspector, I just started watching because it had like a season 2 or whatever announced, and the poster had like what's her face in a bride's outfit with the guy. And I'm like, okay, I'll check this out. It's really weird, but it feels kind of like how I was describing with Gundam. I'm just like, I don't know what to think of this. What is going on here? I don't know what to expect. So that's why I'm only like halfway.
Is Viz marketing their release as season 1 or complete series? Do you remember?
Of what?
I think they literally just called it Inspector. I don't think
Inspector.
I don't think they had a subtitle. It's just Inspector.
SPECTRE.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Where is it?
It's really difficult to search up. You'll have to put /Spectre.
What a load of crap. Yep. Better hide the adult. Just come on, click. There you go. Just in case. There it is. Yep. Okay. They did.
Like I said, there's no season.
Poster that wasn't here before. Was it?
I don't remember it either. Now, did they? So, is it a different? I guess that's kind of funny that they put it on the back.
I don't know. Wait, I made that comment when we talked about it. She was here.
Background? Yeah, if you go to the other poster, she's there, but it's a different background because they're on like a cityscape backdrop.
Picture.
Oh, it is the same cityscape backdrop, so they just straight up got rid of Titty Lady. Which, by the way, that's where I left off when they were in the middle of fighting Titty
No,
Lady.
no, it is. It's got a cityscape. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, it is. That stupid sticker's showing out. Yeah.
Huh.
Same thing. You just take the beam thing and Titty Lady and put her on the back.
I think the best way to put it is like
complete season.
it's one of those yokai whatever type shows.
I'm surprised it's a release from Viz. To be honest with you, I thought it was a release from Funimation. I was a bit fooled there until we
Crunchyroll
mentioned
had it
something.
first, so it was either Sentai or Viz because those are their simultaneous partnerships.
Crunchyroll.
For a half minute until Sony gets them. I'm really hoping that they'll release Jujutsu Kaisen either to Sentai.
Yeah, Viz has it. Viz has Jujutsu Kaisen.
Thank
We've covered
God.
this.
Yeah, they confirmed it.
I was so afraid. I was like, please.
Oh shit! What did I do that for?
Don't let it be in a
God damn it.
licensor hell. Because I don't like the fact that Netflix has a bunch of their stuff in just limbo as far as physical release. Because I've been waiting 4 years at this point for Little Witch Academia, which they haven't ever gotten a release for.
Nope, that's not it. I closed the window by accident. And I didn't mean to. I gotta go find FDDNM anime list thing again. Stop.
You kind of what is it?
Share screen.
You decided to start something that will be very difficult to finish.
Yeah.
Because you'll see that I have currently watching
69. Yeah, I know.
yeah, basically 69 titles.
Nope, close enough. 49, not quite.
All right, no, that says all anime. Go to currently watching.
Yeah, right here, 49.
No, that says all anime.
They're currently watching, 49.
No, if you hit currently watching, then how the hell was that an all anime if it was only
49?
49?
Because see this green when it goes to this is all anime. See this green line up here? Over
Yes.
here?
Yeah, I'm down here. I'm just kidding.
And it ends right here at 49.
Oh, so that's how you're doing it. I see.
And then they're completed is blue.
Oh, back when I used to tag the genres, that was helpful, but I just gave up after a certain point because it's difficult to do on
where were
mobile.
we? Here we are. 27.
Screen line.
So we're over halfway.
You're just like, let's keep going. Yeah, full dive. Liking it so far. I don't like the simp. The simp line. That's about it. Love Lab, I've just been struggling to finish over the years. I watched like one episode 69 years ago, and I eventually made it to 9. Been meaning to just finish it. It's funny because it feels like I've watched Ancient Magus Bride. Like, it feels like I've watched half the show, but I've only watched 3 because the OVAs preceded it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like one of those shows that was like at episode 3. It felt like it was just in limbo of like, what do I expect here?
Yeah. Honestly,
I watched it as it aired. I liked it.
Marmalade Boy is promising, but I'm just sitting here like, do I really want to dedicate myself to 76 at the moment? So that's kind of why I only paused at 6. Gundam. So my plan is to watch the first compilation film, which should cover up to 13 episodes. So then I'll be recapped, and then I can continue my watch of Gundam. Momokuri, that's like half-length episodes, and I owned it from Sentai, so I just started it, didn't stop. God damn it, the Monster Musume OVAs haunt me. The reason they're not watched is because there's 60, like, they're not full length, but
The 1 episodes or 1 minute episode. They're like 1 minute.
the thing is, I don't want to watch 60 of them in a row, but I have to be attentive to them for the nip count sake. I haven't seen a single one in the ONAs. I haven't seen a single one yet, but I have to be vigilant. I have to make sure I get an accurate count.
Yeah.
Also, you'll notice on the right side, where it says dropped, that's the amount of, like, that's not actually what it's saying. No, don't hit dropped. There's nothing in it. But that's the amount of days it's been since I started it. 1,834.
Yeah, but
1,400 for frickin' Monster Musume.
1 for
What? Is that because I put a start and finish date?
probably.
Good job, me. Good job, me.
Silly one.
I think the biggest thing I have is Inuyasha, if you control F for Inuyasha. Which should be in the on hold pile.
Oh.
So I feel like a
This
dingus.
thing's in the way.
The
Like
Yashihime, I thought the white-haired character was a dude the entire time until I watched it like last week or the week before the first episode, and I was like, that's a chick. Oops.
Wait, what?
I only knew that because I read the synopsis. I haven't actually watched Yashihime. I just know they're all daughters.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just. And Erica Mendez didn't help either because she played Gon, so I was like, oh, and just another dude. Okay. Oh, not other dude. Okay.
Yeah. Erica Mendez totes a dude.
Right.
What are you clicking on?
Only guy twins.
Yeah, I watched the first Please Teacher, and then I felt obligated to continue on with Please Twins. Still haven't finished. Then there's the hidden dungeon only I can enter. I've said it to my brother. It feels like they made him way too overpowered way too quickly. Well, not even too quickly. It's just in general. Why would they? It's like, yep, here you have like this skill that can make you edit skills. You can also give skills. You can also blah, blah, this and that. It's like, dude, you already have the skill of you can get any question in the world answered, and you underutilize that. And it feels like there's way too many formalities. They establish way too many rules, which make things way too many rules. That kind of make things feel more unorganic. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I'm enjoying it for what it's worth, but it's just there's these weird things that pop out. Like, why hasn't he in episode 1 asked the great sage, how do I get my sensei out of these chains, the death chains? You know, like why wasn't that the first thing he did? Instead, he's just leaving her there literally weeks at a time between visits, and I'm like, good God, just release her. But anyway,
Give her that release.
what the hell is that one?
What, My Love Story?
Oh, the one after it.
Oh.
That's the one where the childhood friend wins. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, rom-com where the childhood friend wins. I'm just like, sure, let's try this out. Oh, won't lose.
Won't lose.
I'm
Close
all for
enough.
that. I mean, the childhood friend always loses, so it's like, hey.
Well, the thing I think it's alluding to, is that who's the childhood friend? Because you're established that the short-haired blonde girl is the childhood friend, but then you find out that the purple-haired girl technically was his friend as a child at one point. It wasn't for an extended period.
So it's like playing games with the viewer and saying who's who.
I mean, I don't think they're explicitly going for that message because they probably still imply heavily that the chick you established as the childhood friend is that girl, but
That sounds like what's it? Nisekoi, is it?
that's
trying to
the one with
figure
the
out-
locket. where it's like, oh, who's the one who gave me this key, or whatever. We made a bond or a friendship or something. Which, by the way, I spoiled myself. Who wins in Nisekoi intentionally? I'm like, who is it? I don't want to put up with all this tension and drama over. Is it gonna be girl that I'm cheering for? And
It's not.
it's not the one that I expected, but I guess I'm willing to accept it. Now, the one I was obviously rooting for. I mean, everyone thought Onodera. You know, she seems like clearly, like obviously the obvious choice. But of course, I go for the reverse trap because, duh. But you know, before I was even introduced to that character, I knew it was gonna be I shouldn't have said those two words. I just realized that I've created a puzzle to who obviously the answer is. It's either one of the two that I haven't mentioned yet, but whatever. Screw you. You should have known anyway, because like it's better to know ahead of time because you're not going to anguish over. Good God, does he choose Onodera? Which is essentially what I did with quintessential quintuplets. It was not the person that I was hoping for very much, very, very much, but it wasn't the worst choice. So I'm open to seeing how they develop them, basically. But yeah, so childhood always wins. Childhood always wins. Then there's the Otome game, whatever, Villainess. I don't know why I haven't continued it.
That's fun.
I was probably just waiting for the dub to catch up.
Yeah.
The one that we just
Jesus
announced
Christ,
there's a
that's a
new OAD for.
Yep.
And then Seikano, I only started watching because I forgot it existed. And I'm like, you know what? They never dubbed that, which is what I was waiting for. Might as well get it over with. And I spoiled myself who wins in that one, too. You're seeing a trend here. I'm telling you guys, this is the new meta. You just spoil who wins, and you're all good. It all feels good, man. Mori Bito, I was actually really enjoying the first few episodes. I don't know why. It's just like the lady, she's like essentially the guardian of this bitch boy prince. But
I've seen the series.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's like so fucking slow.
Slow.
Yeah.
I just like the dynamic of what is it? She was just like, despite all of the, you know, being forced into being this protector or whatever. It's like she still takes it on with this like compassion and whatever. But then again, I'm 3 episodes in, so I don't know. Maybe the pacing really slogs throughout the whole thing, as you say. But I'm just really cucked right now because the release I have only has 2.0 audio. Sentai's does have 5.1, but the video quality might be AIDS. So I don't know. Combatants is just fantastic across the board. Good God. Then what the hell is Shoujo Tachi? Girl Beyond the Wasteland. Honestly, that one's kind of similar to Seikano plot-wise. Like, they're making a visual novel or something. Skip Beat, I just got halfway through because I was in that phase where I'm like, I need to review this because of the Kickstarter thing. I'm like, I have to. Which, by the way, I think I technically own the license for 2 or 3 of the episodes of Skip Beat. I have like a sub-license because I helped with the subtitle revision. And that one below is where the MILF rapes the Shota. Not actually, but that's basically the dynamic. Is that there's this MILF and then this Shota. Miss Caretaker, that's the one it's called. Slime. I got AIDS the last OVA that I watched because of all those dub changes, the liberties they took. Watamote. I haven't watched the OVA ever, and I haven't finished rewatching it for that one watch club we did. I only got through 9 episodes, so I'm just putting that as a marker. Wizards Baristers, I had no expectations for, but it looks really good, like the animation and everything. I think after a certain point, it just turns into we're escaping the law. Then World Trigger, I was watching because it was dubbed by Ocean. Like, Ocean hasn't had much besides Gintama for years to dub an anime. So I was like, I want to check that out. And, I mean, I don't hate it or anything. I'm just kind of going with the flow. Like, I don't think it's bad. Do I think it's spectacular? Not necessarily, but I'm just kind of enjoying it as a long-form shonen, whatever. I can sit back and watch all these episodes. Like, I can't remember who it was that was talking about, like, it was establishing so many rules and stuff, but I don't know. It was, it seemed fine to me where it was going. I just think it's stupid that they apparently didn't dub, like, episodes in the middle of the show because it was, like, a filler arc. And Toei is the one that actually commissioned the dub.
Yeah. And Sentai really had to release them like a set of sub discs and a set of dub discs at the same time for all 73 episodes or whatever.
They made like a limited edition and it has all of them.
Yeah.
Which I need to get, obviously.
Oh, by the way, for the viewers, check out this nice affiliate link.
Actually, yeah, that's great. If you bookmark it, you can always have it available.
LDTR.
By the way, those 2 Promare characters that you saw on the banner, I saw some like fan art of them and children that they had. And I'm like, oh my god, they're 2 dudes. Good. Like, why?
No, there it is. $112.
I mean, that's not terrible for
Not
73 episodes.
Okay, so 1 through 48 dub and sub. 49 to 63 is sub only, and then 64 to 73 dub and sub.
So they give you like 14 episodes sub only. Like, that's so stupid.
Yeah. Season 1.
They did.
At least they did that for us.
That's true. I forgot that season 2 was coming.
Season 1 complete collection.
So they cut the dub in half? Like they're just like, you don't need the rest of it.
There's 48 dubbed, then 14 sub, and then like 12 or 9.
Yeah.
9? No, 10. Yeah, 9. No.
So they just dub like 9 episodes or something like that?
14.
Why are there
episodes
missing?
They did dub 49 to 63. And then,
Probably because they were filler. It was a filler arc.
and then they dubbed the last 10 episodes.
That's so bizarre, though.
Right? I mean, it's only 14 episodes. Just finish it all.
That would be so funny because season 2, you just watch it probably get dubbed, and then it's like, well, so much for that little blip where there was no dub.
Yeah, that's just, they literally will like reference that filler arc or whatever. I was like, wait, and dub watchers were like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, I gotta say,
if I was a collector, I would, and if I was even remotely interested in the show, just because of that, I was like, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna touch it. No thanks.
I mean, there's not much I can do about it. But you would have probably expected to get it subbed in the first place. That's probably how I'd view it. Now, I gotta say, I was having a blast with the dub because there were so many voices that I'm like, oh, I haven't heard them in years. This is great. Wizard Mon.
Who's in the dub?
The one guy,
On that.
I haven't heard them in years. Oh, that's great. Yeah, who's in it?
Hey, look. I'm not.
Wizard Mon's in that dub, right?
No, they weren't. It wasn't an ocean dub, but no, like there were characters. I'm sure Light Yakami was in there. Come on, like
Brad Swale.
as the dub went on, it would be like a voice would pop in here and there, and I'd be like, oh, it's that person. But like this was a while ago. Cut me some slack. I don't memorize the roster. The main character, I don't know. I feel like they were in Shauna or something like that. Reese, are you familiar with the X antibody
Nope.
dial? Here, I mean, you can look it up. Look up
I don't
Omni.
wanna.
What?
I don't wanna.
Well, I'm gonna kill you. No.
This is pretty cool. Oh, this is pretty cheap too.
Hold on. This is just a regular War Greymon kit?
Yep. That's very good.
I might have to get that one since it's not defiled by alterations.
$26. $25. Unpainted image.
That's unpainted. Because usually it's like a gray kit, and then you have to paint it yourself.
Oh, that's fine.
What do you
We
mean
also
that's
got
like...
Metal Garurumon too.
I probably have to get that because I have a War Greymon figure and an Omnimon figure. So I just need the Metal Garurumon so I can complete the trio.
Well, if you use this handy dandy Right Stuff affiliate code when you make your order,
I'm going to have twice the shipping to pay to Canada. Hooray!
well,
Oh yeah,
you use this handy dandy Amazon sauce.
Oh my god. I absolutely will.
Yep, that's
Hold
the
on,
one.
what is that code? Because I'm going to add it to my bookmark.
It's in the. If you go to the handy dandy Discord.
Oh my god. I'll type it in now. I'm not... I'm so lazy that I don't want to go to the Discord.
In
I'll
the
type it in.
support us section, all these handy. Here's a Canada one. Amazon.ca.
That's pretty dope.
Right here.
Okay, so it's /? Wherever that is. Then it's tag. Oh, tag before tack. Tag 0750B-20. And I verbalize that for the audience so they understand the process. All right, so let's add that.
Well, all these links are in the Discord. If you want to support us, you can click on the Amazon.com, Amazon.ca, and Right Stuff. You can bookmark these. I don't know how these things work. Like if you just click on it to go here, and then if you already had stuff in your cart, you just click on the cart because it just goes back to the regular cart URL or whatever. So I don't know.
Where's the rightstuff.ca link?
There's no rightstuff.ca link. There's just a
cancel.
.ca.
Canceled. I'm not supporting you guys.
So I don't know how this one was supposed to work either. If it's just go here and then
especially after what Brad told us with the breakdown.
Say again?
Especially after what Brad told us with the breakdown, he's like, how the hell did any of these people get these items through our links?
Oh. It just says set up account, profit. It's like, what the fuck?
There's no step 2. Just skip.
Step 2.
You profit as soon as you make an account.
Step 2. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Profit.
So, by the way, I think I forgot to finish my one thought was so the things that I can watch on the PC, my PC viewing, will be hopefully a lot better now because I bought this fancy 8K HDMI cable.
Holy shit.
For those of you who don't know, HDMI, whatever, you know what an HDMI is. So that's 1080p, 60 FPS, all that good stuff. Actually, it's probably, I don't know if it's higher than that. And HDMI 2.0 allows up to 4K resolution. But HDMI 2.1 is what I bought, which allows up to 8K allegedly, which I'm not using 8K, but this will make it so I have no bandwidth issues because I get so many issues when I plug my PC in with the HDMI. Like I'll occasionally get these tiny little static balls if I don't like switch the channel back and forth so it can like recalibrate itself or something. So with this, it'll have so much overhead that it'll be hopefully a smooth experience. By the way, do we have any viewers right now? Because the last comment was from Old Man like an hour and a half ago.
It says 3. 2 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch.
Damn. Thanks for viewing us on Twitch, whoever you are.
Where's that?
The lonely Twitch.
There you are.
Thanks for watching my stream, everyone.
Bye. Alright. So I was gonna go over I gotta click on the screen share thing again. There you are. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Full screen. There you are. So this is what I'm watching. I'm Standing on a Million Lives Season 2. It's alright. I'm having fun. My Hero Academia Season 5. This is that drugstore in another world. This is
The one my brother read.
Cheat Pharmacist Slow Life Making a Drugstore in Another World. So, yeah. It's fun. The new Digimon series, which, oh my god, this is boring.
It's boring?
It's so, I mean, it's a chore, it feels like.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's just, I'll be happy when it ends. Let's put it that way. To Your Eternity is great.
I want them to reboot Digimon a third time where they don't screw it up.
What's this one? How a realist hero rebuilt How a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom. This is pretty fun.
I wanna see that one.
Never heard of it, but now I have.
I think Funimation is streaming it, so it'll probably get dubbed pretty soon.
That's what I'm waiting on.
Kobayashi's Dragon Maid Season 2.
Dragon AIDS.
Mother of the Goddesses. Mother of the Goddesses Dormitory.
Oh, I briefly heard you guys talking about whatever the third edition or whatever.
The see-through edition, yeah.
Now hold up. What is the difference? Is it like censored full, partial censored, then full uncensored? Is this what
Sentai is releasing the full, the regular broadcast censored, the full uncensored, and the see-through version, which is the broadcast version, but you can see through the steam and the rays of light and stuff.
Well,
so
that's
like,
kind of dumb.
It sounds dumb, but it's like, fuck it, we'll do it just because we can, kind of thing.
I guess, but the uncensored version just doesn't have the steam clouds.
Yeah, literally the first shot is, the nip count is 2, like first frame practically. So yeah.
The very first shot.
It's pretty good. I'm saying right now, green haired girl is best girl, in my opinion. I won't take any.
Redhead, but
so that short-haired character, was that a guy this whole time, or was that a girl?
Which one?
That one, the brown-haired, short-haired.
This guy?
Yeah.
12-year-old Shoda.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So it's basically a sequel. Well, I couldn't tell if that was a young woman or if that on the cover, the original cover. It looks kind of ambiguous. I couldn't tell if they were wearing a skirt underneath that. Like, I don't know. But now you've just confirmed to me that this is just Miss Caretaker MILF Rape 2.0.
Yeah. So this is basically a college dormitory. He's basically homeless, and so they take him in to take care of the dormitory.
Well, that sounds amazing, but
So
I was gonna say, so if it's a college dorm, then
she's a cosplayer. She's a scientist who likes to go nude all the time.
Well then, I see why you said she's best girl. No.
She's afraid of men.
Well, she's worst girl then. No.
What else? I don't think we've seen her yet.
She's the secret incest sister-in-law or whatever.
I can't remember what she was like. What's this one? Click.
Tomboy. That's all that matters to Green Line. No,
That's the red-haired Callan.
But yeah, green-haired girl, I like her best.
yeah, she was pretty fun.
When you mentioned the cosplayer, I got a flashback to Invasion of the Roku-Gyoma, and there's this one character. I think she's actually a magical girl, but the guy just keeps brushing her off as some cosplaying weirdo or something, and that was just really funny.
The Dungeon of Black Company is really fun. Like this guy, he gets isekai'd, but he was super successful in the R side, and so he basically goes into this.
He just plays the economy game.
He gets to this magical world or whatever, and he's like worked to the bone in a mining company kind of thing. It's pretty funny.
That sounds interesting. But it's culturally appropriation on the dungeon's part.
The dragon is adorable.
She looks like someone from like Yuru Camp or something that I've seen before.
Yeah. She reminds me a lot of Kana for some reason. From
the dragon part?
Yeah, from Mr. Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Every time I hear Sunny Boy, I just think of it's probably some Korean.
I don't know why it's called Sunny Boy. Like in first episode, it literally didn't even have the title card whatsoever. It was really weird.
The name sounds like some sort of weird Korean drama. That's why I hate the name.
Yeah, apparently it's the same plot of the Drifting Classroom or something.
Wait, I recognize that face. That's the cat anus girl or whatever it is. Or no, cat ballsack girl. She's in the same position as well. Mizuho.
Okay.
You know from our thumbnail? But it's the same drifting classroom, like Junji Ito premise.
Yeah.
So it's a horror?
Not really. It's just like the school gets blipped off to some weird dimension, and they have superpowers and shit. And they're trying to get out, and yeah, I don't know. The first episode was kind of weird.
Then we got Omaiwa mo Shinderu.
Yeah, the detective is already dead, which is pretty fun.
The detective is already fitting in my glove box anime.
Yeah. So, I was spoiled that, yeah.
Yeah, you were about to spoil it for us, weren't you?
I was. The detective's name is Siesta, and siesta in Spanish means nap time.
So, is that the spoiler?
I don't know. And then Slime Season 2 Part 2. Awesome! I love this show. So, yeah.
Okay. But hold on. So was the spoiler for Detective is Omaiwa Moshinderu? Was it a good spoiler that you found out, or a bad spoiler?
I don't know. I don't want to spoil it.
No, don't spoil it. Just tell me, is it a yay or a nay? Because if it's a nay, then maybe I shouldn't even bother.
It was a thing. I mean,
Wow.
it doesn't really affect my watching it.
Okay, then. She's
It's like-
actually his dad.
Whatever you say.
Yes. Spoilers
Stop.
everywhere.
Brand. I got this. Got to put this French asshole back up here.
Oh my, that's what you mean.
Hold on. I got. He added the Ogloy brand. Okay, it just does do it on both. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, in other news, damn it. Did we go over the Monster Hunter trailer thing?
No.
Oh, well, we can save that for next week then, and then Brad can chime in.
All right. Well, to the two viewers who are still watching us for some
Thank you.
weird reason, thank you. Like and subscribe if you like what you watched, and check out the affiliate links, which I think are in the description still. If you do your shopping on Amazon or Right Stuff and stuff. We will be talking about Hellsing Ultimate next week.
Yes.
So, yeah. Good time to do it. 5 hours. So, take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Take care and have a
Yeah.
good night.